بینی لە دوورەوە من
صدفة شو من هذا بيني من بيا ما دروا والله مشتاق خرابة هذا حاسي جاي فانزا صعب شو نقول بيجويش هذا ما على شيء بس أنا والله بيني والله خسر شوية حمالا
توقف شو ولا قلعة بيروي
تابعني مثلا دايش يشتغي بوجيانته فعلا يشتغي بوجيانته برا ما زي بس كخود مرحبا أو زلامة على شيء بس على شيء كي يا ما
خود بكسي ولا بيجي واش هذي كسي يجي
يعني مثلا مش تخرب مش زور غلط
أيوة
لا ما يبغى غلط أمريكا هوي بعقل أنا هتوشتري من كارزاني إنار إن شاء الله هذا أنا علاش بيك ويشوانك هذا يبيك ويشوانك تيتر بزانة دول سنة
كارزانة وشو ربونيا عاوزين شغل
كذا سلاش بس يورك ولا قال لي كسان لقى كذا شغل
عاوزين كذا شغل
لقى كاس كذا ما لقى
بس أنا خان شوانا غني قالوا
تيوزانا
صدقوا تو كانوا بطلنا
أوري بيراور لبداية وكتازة
شو لا بس هو ده بس
روجي كان هذا خوارو بيستي
بس لا مليون زوجة ما تخوارو
لا توانا هذا خوارو بيستي كيف ولا سر وتيجي نبز خوارو بيستي براني عايش أنا حيدر وماكو دارو بردي يا أبو تيجي هذا خوارو أنا ودي تبجايزيو ودي أنا بس يودي أو جيم بيت سرينا تطرحي تكلم ودي يعني ودي استقيل كاو كذا إنجليزي أمري فيه
هذا شافير ودي كان سمعت شو ودي يعني بوزي فيه
أنا كذا سنة ما
لا شو لقيت خوي ده
تقرب وناس هم شيء أنا ودي لا بس ودي أنا كاتون لا خوارو أنا ودي ورا سر منو أكام زوجي ده ودي لباس هذا ورا كاتون ودي لباس يعني بوزي بيونيتو يعني هذا متقارب هم شو أنا بيوني بيوم كان بيوم فوتو معنا كذا فوتو معنا كذا
لا بجيني جينيو بقول سر أو مية زمان فاضي
اوكي
سوينا أبو
طون
فليبكا
بۆ سلێمانی زیاتر فێدەر فلیپ
فيدر فليبكا بسيارك
حاجة
يفرق معني لا معي بس معنا
معناه چییە؟ نردنی تێرە
شحنك اما شحنك
فلیپ یعنی چی بە؟ چییە گەحە؟ ئەو دیوە
فليب من الناس
بێ دەرگای حەوشۆ بێ دەرگای حەوشۆ زۆر ناخۆشە شەوی سەڵتەکەشی پێگە گوڵ
درجة حوشية ما
سکەشە ئەکسەرەکەی بۆ گا بە دوو گەردەوە
انما بس
دەی وازی
دنيا قال لي روبي والنم
وەرە داکیا وا پێوێریدە دایکیشتە دەی ئەوە نازانم چی دەوێت ئەوەیەکی شێوەی تێری کات
دنيا وجهي
وەڵا ئەوێ تێری
دنيا ما وجهي وجهي
ئەسوریۆ پاگەرەوە نەیە
استا يشقي جوان
شێشی ئەوێ تێری کات تێر
حاموي
یا ئەوە حامە تێرەوێ
سڵای خواتان لێ بێنێ تووشی کێشە نەبە قەت تووشی کێشە نابێت
منێگە بە پاک Test, check. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic.
Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. We'll be getting started in just very shortly. If you need translations or headsets or any assistance, our volunteers are here to help.
Good morning. Will the speakers for the first panel please come to the stage? Sami Kasmi. Please. Good morning. Welcome again to the Sulaimani Forum. Our first panel today is Northeast Syria and Implications for the Region, moderated by Sami Kasmi. Sami.
Thank you. صباح الخير. للعام الثاني على التوالي أجد نفسي في العراق، في السليمانية تحديداً، بدعوة كريمة من السيد الرئيس الدكتور برهم صالح مشكوراً. هذه المدينة التي نتعلم منها دائماً تلاقح الأفكار وثقافة الحوار واحترام الاختلاف. في هذه الجلسة سنناقش التحولات التي تطرأ على شمال شرق سوريا وانعكاساتها على مستقبل القضية الكردية والمنطقة. يسعدني أن أرحب بمعالي وزير الخارجية الأسبق هشيار زيباري، مرحبا بك.
أهلا وسهلا.
وأرحب بالسيدة إلهام أحمد، الرئيسة المشتركة لدائرة العلاقات الخارجية للإدارة الذاتية السورية، مرحبا بك.
شكرا، أهلا بك.
وأرحب بالدبلوماسي الأمريكي بيتر جالبريث، مرحبا بك. دعني أبدأ معك معالي الوزير انطلاقا من الاتفاق المبدئي الذي وقع بين قوات سوريا الديمقراطية وأحمد الشرع الرئيس الانتقالي في سوريا. كيف يبدو لك وضع القضية الكردية السورية؟
شكرا أخي سامي. في البداية أشكر أخي وصديقي ورفيق دربي الدكتور برهم صالح وملتقى السليمانية والجامعة الأمريكية والدكتور بلال على دعوتنا لهذا المنتدى العزيز على قلبي شخصيا. بخصوص سؤالك، حقيقة الاتفاق الذي حصل بين السيد مظلوم عبدي والسيد أحمد الشرع، وبدعم من أصدقائنا وحلفائنا الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وفرنسا، ودعمنا أيضا، كان خطوة مهمة جدا في سبيل أن يكون لأكراد سوريا دور في رسم مستقبل سوريا. طبعا هذا الإعلان كان مجرد البداية، وسوريا في 8 ديسمبر صار فيها زلزال سياسي ليس على سوريا ولكن على عموم المنطقة، وجميع الدول المحيطة بسوريا ستتأثر بشكل أو بآخر بهذا التحول الكبير الذي لم يكن يدور في بال أحد. أنا أتذكر كنت في مؤتمر مهم في أحد دول الخليج في 15 نوفمبر 17 نوفمبر، كل القوى الدولية وممثليهم كانوا حاضرون في هذا الملتقى، ولم تطرح قضية سوريا على المؤتمر إطلاقا، وكأن الوضع اعتيادي وطبيعي. ولكن بعد فترة وجيزة منذ إعلان وقف إطلاق النار بين إسرائيل وحزب الله في 27 نوفمبر بدأت عملية ردع العدوان في سوريا، وتراكمت الأحداث إلى أن صار التغيير. فنحن حقيقة أمام مرحلة مفصلية في تحديد سوريا الجديدة. كيف ستكون سوريا الجديدة بعكس سوريا القديمة بعد 50 عام من سياسات التدخلات الخارجية والإقليمية والقمع الداخلي والاضطراب في المنطقة؟ نعتقد أن سوريا حاليا وبهاي الخطوات التي تقوم بها السلطات والتي ليست مكتملة باعتقادنا، يعني تحتاج إلى الشمولية والانفتاح أكثر، ولكن هذه فقط البداية أنا في تقديري.
سيدة إلهام، السوريون رحبوا بهذا الاتفاق كثيرا، شاهدناهم على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي على الشاشات وكل هذه الأمور. هل بدأ فعليا تنفيذ الاتفاق الذي وقع بين أحمد الشرع ومظلوم عبدي، خصوصا فيما يتعلق بدمج قوات سوريا الديمقراطية والإدارة الذاتية في الدولة السورية؟
بداية أنا أيضا أريد أن أتشكر الأخ العزيز برهم صالح على هذه الدعوة وهذه الجمعة الحلوة حقيقة. يعني بخصوص الاتفاق بإمكاني قول بأن هذا الاتفاق حقيقة بالنسبة لي في تاريخ سوريا بالأساس وبالنسبة لمصير الكرد والمكونات الأخرى في سوريا كان جدا اتفاق مهم، حيث يعني الاتفاق أسقط جميع الاتهامات الأخرى التي كنا نتعرض لها ككرد في سوريا. نعم. وكمشروع إدارة ذاتية دائما تم اتهامنا بالانفصال والتقسيم وإلى ما هنالك من اتهامات، فهذا الاتفاق أسقط هذه الاتهامات بالكامل. لذلك نعتبرها نقطة تاريخية مفصلية في تاريخ سوريا. من الآن فصاعدا، يعني من بعد الاتفاق وما بعد، متابعته جدا مهم. أيضا حاليا تم الوصول إلى تشكيل لجان الحوار بإمكان القول، لجان الحوار كي تناقش تفاصيل هذه البنود. نعم، تتحاور حول بنود الاتفاق، كيفية تنفيذها، آلية تنفيذها، بأي آليات سيتم تنفيذها. حاليا نحن في هذه المرحلة، بالتالي من الآن فصاعدا يعني تقريبا بنهاية هذا الشهر ممكن أن تحدث اللقاءات، وحتى الآن حدثت تفاهمات متعددة بما يخص أحياء الشيخ مقصود، بما يخص سد تشرين، النقاط العالقة التي كانت موجودة. بالتالي هناك تفاهمات، ومن الآن فصاعدا نأمل بأنه ونحن حقيقة نتأمل من فيما بعد بأن يكون هناك تفاهمات أعمق بما يخص العملية الدستورية، بما يخص العملية السياسية، بما يخص عملية إعادة بناء سوريا من جديد. فنحن نرى أنفسنا شركاء مهمين وجادين في عملية إعادة بناء سوريا.
على ذكر العملية الدستورية، ودعني أسأل سيد بيتر فيما يتعلق بصمود هذا الاتفاق. هل تعتقد أن الاتفاق بين مظلوم عبدي والرئيس الانتقالي في سوريا سيصمد أم ثمة شكوك حول ذلك، خصوصا وأن الأكراد توجسوا بعد الإعلان الدستوري وقالوا أنه يخالف روح الاتفاق؟
I didn't quite get the entire question, but I'm quite used to being on television, including some of your programs, and answering, even if I don't hear the question, providing an answer. So I'll go ahead anyhow. Most of your guests, that's the way many of your guests do, and I often find quite often the presenter doesn't care. I'm sure it's different here. But I want to begin, like everybody else, by thanking my friend of 34 years, Dr. Kak Barham, and to also be in this wonderful university that he has been the founder of, and so many other people have participated, and to see so many friends. I'd like to just step back a minute and describe the first time that I went to Rojava, which was on March 29th, 30th, 1991. And I was en route to Dahok, where I was meeting up with the late, great Jalal Talabani. And it was during the uprising, and the Iraqi army was, in fact, attacking Dahok, and they took it the next morning. But the point I'm making is that if you traveled from Rojava into Kurdistan, the physical difference between the two places was not that great. You make the same trip today, and I do this 2 or 3 times a year, the physical difference between what you see in Iraqi Kurdistan and what you see in Rojava is huge in terms of infrastructure, buildings, agriculture, everything. And there are many reasons for it, but one extremely important reason is that since 1991, and particularly since 2005, Kurdistan has been running its own affairs. It has, Iraqi Kurdistan, it has in fact been de facto an independent state. And that has enabled the people of Kurdistan in security and peace to invest in their own country. Now, in the case, and Rojava has been...
The agreement, it will exist and resist between Madlum Abdi and Ahmed Shara?
No, I'm going to come to that, because it's really quite important to understand the thinking that goes into it, because northeast Syria was the most neglected part of Syria. And so if you are trying to think of what a solution is going to be, how this is going to develop, you need to have that framework in mind. Now, I want to say one other thing. There are some very significant similarities between the situation in Rojava today and what it was in Kurdistan just after the fall of Saddam. There was, again, the Kurds have been governing themselves for 11 years here, 12 years in Rojava. But there's also a very important difference. In the negotiations on the Iraqi constitution,
yes,
Kurdistan wanted to have the maximum amount of power for Kurdistan and the minimal amount of power for the federal government in Baghdad, because every single Iraqi Kurd I've met has always wanted an independent state, an independent country. And that includes the 4 Kurdish presidents of Iraq. But I have never met a Syrian Kurd who wants to have an independent state. They want to be part of Syria, and that is a critical difference. But the question is, how are they going to be part of Syria? And following up on this agreement, which was in very general forms, how do you reconcile a part of Syria, northeast Syria, which has its own political system, strict gender equality. Half the elected members of the various governmental institutions are men and half are women, with one in Idlib, which is Islamist. Each would like to have its own system throughout Syria. But if that's not possible, then a federal system that allows each to develop in its own way, and also, it's not just the Kurds, but protects the autonomy of the Druze, the Alawites, the Christians, and even the Sunni Arabs are not the same because you have tribal, you have secular people in Damascus, so it's quite a different history.
معالي الوزير، استنادا من التجربة الكردية العراقية، كيف تضع مقاربة أو معالجة للملف الكردي في سوريا؟ بعبارة أخرى، ما النصائح التي تقدمونها لأكراد سوريا؟
شكرا. حقيقة نحن نستطيع أن نساعد إخواننا في أكراد سوريا بالعديد من الطرق من خلال تجربتنا الحديثة وما مررنا به من عملية انتقال سياسي للسلطة وكيفية تحديد مطالبنا ضمن العراق الاتحادي الديمقراطي الموحد. وأيضا هم في سوريا في القوى السياسية الموجودة والنشطة من قسد، بيداء، أناكسا والقوى الكردية الأخرى. النقطة الأساسية التي نحاول أن نتواصل معهم وبإيجابية هو توحيد الموقف الكردي أولا. هذا هو النقطة البداية، كما عملنا نحن في كردستان العراق رغم اقتتالنا الداخلي وخلافاتنا، ولكن بعد التغيير وحدنا صفوفنا وذهبنا إلى بغداد كفريق واحد، الرئيس مسعود البارزاني والرئيس الراحل إمام جلال، وعملنا كفريق واحد مع جميع القوى الوطنية العراقية والدولية التي كانت فاعلة ومؤثرة في هذا الموضوع. النقطة الأخرى، نحن نؤيد جميع مطالبهم ونحن امتداد استراتيجي لهم حقيقة، ووقفنا معهم وسوف نقف معهم أن تكون مطالبهم معقولة وواقعية وضمن وحدة التراب الوطني السوري مع ضمان حقوقهم الثقافية واللغوية والاقتصادية وأيضا في الإدارة الذاتية. نحن سوف لن نملي عليهم صيغة أو وصفة جاهزة، هم يقررون ما هو الأفضل لهم، ولكن أحيانا من الصعب استنساخ تجربة إقليم كردستان على روجافا مباشرة. فما حققناه كان نتيجة لصيرورة تاريخية ونضال من الانتداب البريطاني إلى الحكم الملكي إلى الحكم الجمهوري، عندما أعلن عبد الكريم قاسم العرب والأكراد شركاء في الوطن الواحد، إلى نظام العارفين الذي أقروا باللامركزية، إلى مجيء حزب البعث وصدام حسين وأقروا الحكم الذاتي، قانون الحكم الذاتي لإقليم كردستان اللي كان الأساس لما بنيناه عليه، وثم انخراطنا في المعارضة العراقية مع القوى الدولية في التغيير، وطالبنا بالفيدرالية ضمن العراق الاتحادي الواحد، وأقر ذلك بالدستور الذي استفتى عليه الشعب العراقي بأكثر من 85% وافقوا على هذا العقد الاجتماعي الذي أصبح قانون للبلاد. هاي تجربتنا.
أفهم أنه يجب عليهم أن يصبروا كثيرا حتى يحققوا ما يريدون.
لا، هو الحركة الكردية في سوريا حقيقة لها جذور، يعني ليست طارئة إطلاقا. ونضالات الأكراد في سوريا تصدت لها أحزاب كثيرة، الثورة الكردية في العراق، المرحوم الملا مصطفى، الحزب الديمقراطي كان له تأثير جدا، ولكن ظهرت قوة جديدة حديثة أيضا نعترف بها ونتعامل معها. الواقعية في التعامل أعتقد مهم جدا، وأيضا أمامهم فرصة حقيقية أن يكونوا جزء أساسي من تقرير مستقبل سوريا.
جميل.
لأن حقيقة النظام الجديد في سوريا رغم خطواته ورغم الدعم الموجود ولكن لم يستقر بعد، وهناك بعض المخاوف والشكوكية. هم قوة ديمقراطية مدنية يؤمنون بكل القيم التي يتبناها المجتمع الدولي والمجتمع العربي، لذلك يجب أن ينتبهوا حقيقة أن لا ينجروا إلى مجازفات معينة، بل التعامل الإيجابي مع هذا الوضع للوصول إلى صيغة تحفظ حقوق الجميع.
جيد معالي الوزير، ودعني يعني أسهلهم من كلامك وأسأل سيدة إلهام فيما يتعلق بتشظي الكرد، وكأنه معالي الوزير متخوف من عدم لملمة الأكراد ضمن رؤية واحدة ومشروع واحد، هناك تشظي للأكراد داخل سوريا. هل تريدون تكرار تجربة كردستان العراق أم التعلم منها؟
لا بالتأكيد، يعني تجربة إقليم كردستان هي تجربة مهمة في تاريخ الكرد وفي تاريخ الدول التي تتشارك مع الكرد في نفس النظام السياسي. أخذ التجارب مهم. يعني بهذا المجال نحن ننظر إلى تجربة إقليم كردستان بأنها تجربة حدثت في تاريخ معين وفي ظروف سياسية جيوسياسية معينة، وتحدد بأن تكون العراق فيدرالية وإقليم كردستان هو إقليم كردي في الجغرافيا العراقية. بالنسبة للكرد في سوريا الظروف تختلف، يعني الظروف تختلف والظروف الجيوسياسية تختلف، حتى التركيبة الاجتماعية تختلف نوعا ما. بالتالي أخذ هذه الظروف بالكامل بعين الاعتبار والنظر إلى التجارب ليس فقط في العراق وإنما في العديد من أنحاء العالم وفي دول أخرى، التجارب التي أدت إلى حل في قضايا الشعوب، قضايا القوميات، قضايا الإثنيات مهم. بالتالي سوريا عندما ننظر إلى واقع سوريا حاليا يعني هو مجتمع تعددي متنوع فيه ثقافات متعددة. أخذ هذا التنوع مهم جدا في رسم النظام أو تحديد النظام السياسي في سوريا كيف سيكون، وتقرير مصير الكرد في سوريا أيضا ضمن هذه الظروف وبما يؤمن الاحتياجات الضرورية أو يضمن حقوق الكرد بالكامل، يعني بشكل كامل في الدستور السوري مهم. لذلك دعنا يعني نتعرج على موضوع الأنظمة شديدة المركزية. حتى الآن هذه الأنظمة ظهرت في تواريخ محددة في ظروف سياسية معينة، لكن أتت معها بأزمات بنيوية في الدول وفي بنية المجتمعات. بالتالي أدى إلى ظهور حروب. لذلك حاليا نحن ننظر بأن الأنظمة شديدة المركزية لا تحل القضايا إنما تعمقها. لذلك في سوريا أيضا نحن نرى بأن سوريا يجب أن لا ترجع لما قبل 2011 ويجب أن تكون لا مركزية، يجب أن تعطي حقوق كافة المكونات في المجتمع السوري.
سأعود لك بعد قليل فيما يتعلق المركزية والفيدرالية، ولكن دعيني أسأل سيد بيتر من خلال تجربتك الطويلة هنا في المنطقة، ما الأخطاء التي وقع فيها إقليم كردستان العراق والتي يجب على أكراد سوريا أن يتجاوزوها أو يتجنبوها؟
Certainly, there's a long list of mistakes that should not be repeated. And, you know, whenever I'm here talking to my Kurdish friends, they always talk about the mistakes. I think it's also important to keep in mind the great achievements. Kakosher, I think, stressed the most important point, which is to be unified. The success that the Kurds had here was the unity. I would say sometimes it's just the temporary unity, but at least as they went into that critical phase in 2003, 2004, 2005, they maintained the unity. And both Bashir and Barham and others were very important players. Barham was responsible for the Kurdish veto being in the temporary law, which gave the Kurds the power to get what they wanted. And that was working with Kak Massoud and the KDP. So that's a very important point. They haven't maintained that unity always. In northeast Syria, there's been an inability to have unity between the KNC and the PYD. That is a major issue. So that certainly is one. The second issue I would focus on is how the Constitution is written. Shara would like to have a constitution written by people appointed by him and then submitted to a referendum. Critical to what happened here was that the Constitution was written by the elected representatives of the Iraqi people. That is something that is the democratic way to do it. It's also the only way to effectively represent the mosaic of Syria against Kurds, Druze, Alawites, Christians, secular people, religious people. So it would be important to focus on that. And then the final point I'd make, I think almost everybody agrees that the Kurds, as they approached the constitutional negotiations, they were much better prepared than anybody else, and that was part of their success. And the most important part of being prepared is to define what you want. If you don't know what you want, you're not going to get that. And so that is another lesson that needs to be taken. Actually figure out what you want and then advance it and make the argument for it. And in the case of Syria, it's a very simple argument. It's an argument to hold Syria together. The issue here was for the Kurds, they always wanted a separate state. But in Syria, that is not, and so people fear that federalism here would lead to the breakup of Iraq. But federalism in Syria is likely to keep Syria together.
معالي الوزير، يعني الجماعات الكردية في سوريا اتفقت مؤخرا على رؤية سياسية شاملة تضمن نظام اتحادي ربما فيدرالي تعددي ديمقراطي. باعتقادك هل هذا يخدم مصلحة سوريا في الوقت الراهن؟
شكرا. هو هناك فهم خاطئ بالنسبة لمفهوم الفيدرالية أو الدولة الاتحادية. الفيدرالية هي دولة اتحادية، دولة واحدة وليست دولتين، ولدينا العديد من تجارب العالم الناجحة في الأنظمة الفيدرالية. أعتقد كما ذكرت في جوابي لسؤالك السابق، نحن في العراق مررنا في صيرورة تاريخية. حتى علاقات الأحزاب الكردية أو الحركة القومية الكردية كانت وثيقة مع الأحزاب الوطنية العراقية، يعني في فترة مقارعة النظام والتعاون مع القوى القومية الشيعية الإسلامية اليسارية، كان هناك تفهم لحقيقة مطالب أو القضية الكردية. في سوريا هناك انقطاع حقيقة، ما أقول قطعي، ولكن هذا التفاعل اللي كان عندنا موجود في العراق ربما يفتقدوه إخواننا في أكراد سوريا. يعني في النظرة الشمولية والقومية المتأصلة عند كل الفئات في سوريا ونظرتهم إلى أي تنازل لحقوق الأكراد يعتبروه تقريبا خط أحمر. هذه الحساسية لم تكن موجودة عندنا، ذكرت المراحل اللي مرينا فيها. فأعتقد هناك قوة أخرى في سوريا في المجتمع السوري، ولكن أرجع وأقول لأول مرة في تاريخ سوريا في هذا الإعلان الذي صار بين السيد مظلوم والشرع في إشارة لاعتراف بالكرد كمجتمع انتقدوا، بس لأول مرة تأتي كلمة اعتراف من النظام الجديد. هذا بحد ذاته أنا أعتبره مكسب. أعتقد القيادة السياسية الجديدة في سوريا أيضا تعي تعقيدات الوضع السوري، ونحن نعيش في قرية كونية، في مصالح، في أمور. حقيقة بالنسبة للوضع روجافا وأكراد سوريا، تركيا لديها دور مهم، وأعتقد التواصل أو التفاهم هناك، لأن سوريا ستصبح ساحة صراع على النفوذ بين إسرائيل وتركيا.
سنتحدث على هذه النقطة تحديدا. نعم.
فلذلك مهمة إخواننا وأخواتنا في سوريا ليست سهلة، ولكن نحن في خدمتهم في تقديم أي شيء ممكن يساعدهم على تجاوز هذه العقبة. ولكن المحك، أتفق مع صديقي بيتر، محك لتحديد مستقبل سوريا هو الدستور، هو خط الشروع أو خط البداية.
سيدة إلهام، الرئيس أحمد الشرع يعارض فكرة الفيدرالية، يقول أنه لا يحظى بقبول شعبي ولا يخدم مصلحة سوريا. إصراركم على الفيدرالية أو اللامركزية كما تريدين تسميتها، ألا يمكن أن ينتهي بالصدام مع دمشق في فترة ما مستقبلا؟
هذه ليست أول مرة يتم المطالبة فيها من قبل الشعب السوري بنظام لا مركزي. في الخمسينيات أيضا كان هناك مطالب، وحتى قبلها وقت الانتداب الفرنسي سوريا كانت عدة دول صغيرة ضمن هذه الجغرافيا، بمعنى أن سوريا لها تجارب باللامركزية. وحاليا رفض اللامركزية هذا يعني الدخول في صراعات جديدة.
شكل هذه الصراعات،
نحن لا نرغب بظهور صراعات جديدة حقيقة. يعني السوريون عانوا ما عانوه من حروب وهجرة وإلى ما هنالك معاناة. فحاليا نحن نصر على أن يكون هناك تفاهم على نظام سياسي في سوريا بتشاركية. ما يحدث الآن حاليا هو تحديد مستقبل سوريا أو تعيين مستقبل سوريا من قبل طرف واحد. إدارة دمشق هي التي أعلنت الدستور المؤقت،
الحوار،
وهي التي أعلنت الحكومة الإدارة. بالتالي نحن حاليا في بداية حوار معهم، لكن لدينا أيضا مطالب بأن نكون مشاركين في وضع الدستور السوري، وأن نكون مشاركين في الإدارة، وأن يكون نحن مع بعض نرسم معالم سوريا الجديدة. فهذه المخاطر موجودة حقيقة مع الأسف. إذا الإدارة الجديدة لم تدرس الموضوع بالشكل المطلوب وبالحساسيات الموجودة حاليا، الدروز رافضين للنظام المركزي، العلويين رافضين للنظام المركزي، السنة المعتدلين أيضا، الفئة العلمانية في سوريا نسبة كبيرة من السوريين هم علمانيون، المسيحيون نفس كذلك الأمر. بالتالي الغالبية في سوريا يطالبون بسوريا لا مركزية ولا يرغبون
لديك إحصاء حول ذلك؟
بالتالي شخص واحد أو إدارة مركزية ليس من الصحيح بأن تحدد الخارطة السياسية لسوريا.
ولكن عندما نقول الغالبية، هل لدينا استفتاء؟ هل قمنا باستطلاع لنحدد بالضبط أن الغالبية تريد اللامركزية في سوريا؟
الظروف السياسية الموجودة تفرض هذا الموضوع، تفرض اللامركزية. نحن رأينا ما حدث بالساحل قبل فترة، مجازر ارتكبت. لماذا؟ لأن هناك عداء، بمعنى أن النظام السابق نظام البعث عندما ذهب ترك وراءه إرث من الانتقام، إرث من الأحقاد، إرث من استمرارية الحروب، يعني إمكانية استمرارية الحروب، الاقتتال الداخلي. فإذا الإدارة الجديدة حاولت بأن تستمر على هذا المنهج وحاولت أن تفرض ما كان النظام البعث أو النظام السابق يفرضه، بالتأكيد سيكون هناك مشاكل جديدة.
ما الخطة باء لديكم في حال رفض أحمد الشرع الحكومة الجديدة الإدارة الانتقالية الفيدرالية؟ هل لديكم خطة باء ممكن نعرفها؟
حاليا الواقع الموجود يعني الدروز هي إدارة خارج إطار الإدارة الجديدة، يعني منطقة العلويون يعانون، شمال وشرق سوريا لا تزال هي في ظل حكم الإدارة الذاتية. إدلب هي أيضا نفس كذلك الأمر، هي يوجد فئة تحكم إدلب، والمناطق السورية الأخرى أيضا نفس كذلك الأمر، بمعنى أن الواقع الموجود بشكل طبيعي يخلق حالة جديدة لرسم نظام سوريا الجديد. فالخطط الموجودة لدينا سنحافظ على ما هو موجود، وسنسعى لأن ننخرط في الداخل السوري أكثر ونكون مشاركين في كل عملية تحدث. سنضغط بهذا الاتجاه كي لا يكون لنا خيارات أخرى، خطة باء وخطة جاء أيضا.
سيد بيتر، يعني إسرائيل تطالب بتحويل سوريا إلى دولة فيدرالية تضم حكم ذاتي، والسؤال الذي يطرحه كثيرون في المنطقة أنه أليس مطالب الأكراد عليها علامات استفهام، بمعنى أنها ممكن تخدم مشاريع خارجية ولا تخدم سوريا بالأساس؟ ما رأيك في هذا الطرح الذي يطرحه البعض؟
This is a nonsensical point to say that because somebody in Israel has said it, therefore it's a bad thing. And personally, I haven't even seen it. But, you know, this is just a way to slander a process. The fact is that decentralization or federalism, because it really is federalism, is something that is desired by the people of northeast Syria. You asked about the statistics. Well, by my calculation, about 40% of Syria's population is not Sunni Arab. They're Kurds, Christians, Alawites, Druze. And of the 60% that might be Sunni Arab, many of them are not Islamist. As Ilham pointed out, they're communists, they're secular people. So the idea that one particular ideology coming out of Idlib, led by somebody who used to be ISIS and used to be Al-Qaeda, could somehow control Syria is something that is not in the interest of the people of Syria and, frankly, not in the interest of the rest of the world. So, you know, those are the facts. Mm-hmm. And how do we solve this? Well, you don't have a public opinion poll, if there aren't any. You have an election. You do it by proportional representation, and you see what emerges. But I think what you'll find is that what emerges is going to be very diverse, and then you need a system that accommodates everybody.
سيد زباري، يعني دول المنطقة تركيا حتى دمشق كما كنا نتحدث ترفض الفيدرالية، ربما طهران تعتبر أن ما يطالب به أكراد سوريا هي مشاريع انفصالية، في ظاهرها نظام فيدرالي طموح وواعد، لكن في جوهرها نزعة انفصالية. ما تعليقك على ذلك؟
هذا التصور موجود عند دول المنطقة. هذه إمبراطوريات عريقة، الإمبراطورية الفارسية العثمانية، ولديهم تاريخ طويل وعريض مع شعوب المنطقة. ولكن كما قال أحد المتحدثين يوم أمس، حقيقة مصير ومستقبل وقدر هذه الأمم أن تتعاون على الاستقرار وعلى التنمية والازدهار. الأمة التركية، العربية، الفارسية، الكردية، اللي هم أمم حقيقية فيها. نحن تجربتنا نعم، عندما عقدنا أول انتخابات في عام 1992 كانت صدمة بالنسبة لدول المنطقة، أنه كيف الأكراد في هذا الإقليم المحمي دوليا سوف يصوتون على مستقبلهم. فلذلك حصل تحالف ثلاثي أو رباعي، سوري تركي إيراني وعراقي، لخنق هذه التجربة باعتبار هذا تهديد لأمنهم القومي ولمصالحهم. وخلال تجربتنا وبناء مؤسساتنا، ولعلمك أقول وأمام هذا الجمهور الطيب، ما حققناه كما قال بيتر صديقي من سنة 91 إلى الآن، هذه أطول فترة لحكم كردي بنفسه لنفسه في تاريخ الكرد. أطول فترة زمنية. طبعا بعد ذلك تنازعنا وتقاتلنا فيما بيننا، تركوا هذا الموضوع، قالوا هم يصفوا بيناتهم، لكن رجعنا وبمساعدة من أصدقائنا الأمريكان وقعنا على اتفاقية واشنطن، وهناك لأول مرة أخي برهم يتذكر دخلنا مسألة الفيدرالية في هذه الاتفاقية. ولكن بالتجربة العملية أثبتنا لجوارينا وأصدقائنا الأتراك والإيرانيين وسوريا في وقتها، نحن سوف لن نكون عامل تهديد لأمنهم، سوف لن نتدخل في شؤونهم، سوف نحمي مصالحهم. ومن خلال التجربة حاليا هناك اطمئنان حقيقة. علاقاتنا مع تركيا متطورة متنامية، مع إيران أيضا هناك مصالح مشتركة جديدة. مع العراق اتفقنا على عقد اجتماعي اللي هو النظام الفيدرالي، واللي يشاكسونا لحد الآن يوم بيوم على كل صغيرة وكبيرة. لكن حقيقة هذا مو تهديد لهم، وطالما أنه ضمن الوطن الواحد أي تركيبة ممكن يختارها الشعب ويقرر مصيره، أعتقد هذا حق طبيعي من حق كل الشعوب.
دعني أسألك سؤال ثاني ربما تعقيبا على ما قلت. يعني الآن تحققت الفيدرالية في الأكراد العراق، والآن مطالبات سوريا لفيدرالية أخرى. هل هذا يصب في مصلحة الأكراد كل في دولة واحدة، أم يخدم في النهاية مشروع كردستان الكبرى؟
هو مشروع كردستان الكبرى حلم في قلب كل كردي، يقولها أمام الجميع وأنا مسؤول عن ذلك، لا نخجل من ذلك. ولكن عمليا وواقعيا موضوع آخر. ومررنا بتجربة الاستفتاء ورجعنا إلى الخيمة العراقية وإلى الدستور مرة أخرى. هناك نهوض للحركة الكردية في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. إذا تشوف ما حققناه نحن في العراق، في سوريا، في روجافا، هناك تقدم كبير. في تركيا هناك عملية سلمية سياسية جديدة بعد تصريح الرئيس أوجلان للبكك بنزع السلاح وحل حزب العمال. هاي كلها حقيقة جذبت من الأقليم مركز ثقل وجذب لهذه التطورات الإيجابية. طبيعي نحن مع حل النزاعات مع هذه الدول بالطرق السلمية والديمقراطية والدستورية، ولسنا مؤيدين للنزاعات وللحروب، لأن لم يتضرر أحد أكثر من الشعب الكردي من هذه الحروب والنزاعات.
سيدة إلهام، هناك معلومات تقول إن الانسحاب الأمريكي من شمال شرق سوريا سيكون خلال شهرين. إذا تحقق ذلك، ما خططكم لملء هذا الفراغ الأمريكي في المنطقة؟
يعني بين الفترة والفترة تنتشر هكذا معلومات، وحسب تقارير يقال بأنه سيكون هناك انسحاب. منذ سنين ونحن والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في إطار التحالف الدولي حاربنا داعش وموجودين، وهم حاليا القوات الموجودة هي بأعداد قليلة جدا، يعني بشكل رمزي هن موجودين. فبموضوع الانسحاب دائما نحن يعني بهذا المجال اعتمدنا على قواتنا الذاتية في موضوع الدفاع، في موضوع السياسة. من الآن فصاعدا أيضا سيكون هذا سيكون خيارنا، لكن بناء تحالفات أيضا مهم جدا بالنسبة لنا. ممكن أن يكون هناك تحالفات جديدة، ممكن أن يكون هناك اتفاقات، ونحن نسعى إلى حقيقة إنهاء كل القضايا التي موجودة حاليا مع بعض دول الجوار كتركيا. ودائما الدولة التركية كانت هي التهديد الأساسي علينا. فحاليا نحن ممكن أن أقول نحن معهم في مرحلة حوار، ولو إن كانت بشكل غير مباشر أو أحيانا مباشر، فهذا مهم. وفض هذا الصراع النزاع والوصول إلى تفاهمات هو خيار مهم بالنسبة لنا، إضافة إلى الوصول إلى نتائج وتفاهمات مع الإدارة الجديدة أيضا هو خيار، وممكن أن يكون هناك خيارات أخرى أيضا.
في هذه الخيارات الأخرى يعني إسرائيل قالت أن الانسحاب الأمريكي من شمال شرق سوريا سيضطرها للقيام بحراك ملائم، ونضع سطر على هذا الحراك الملائم. هل نتوقع في سياق ما ذكرتيه من تحالفات قد تنشئونها، هل نتوقع تحالف كردي إسرائيلي؟
يعني نأمل بأن لا تتحول سوريا إلى ساحة صراعات جديدة. حقيقة ما نأمله بأن يعني يتحقق الاستقرار مع بناء نظام سياسي جديد في سوريا. هذا ما نأمله وهذا ما نسعى إليه بشكل دائم. بناء التحالفات مهم مع دول الجوار التي حقيقة هي في صراع فيما بين بعضها البعض، كي ننقذ سوريا أو نخرج سوريا من أن تتحول إلى ساحة صراع جديدة. فبالتالي العلاقات مع دول الجوار مهمة، وضمن هذا الإطار نسعى لأن يكون هناك سلام مع كل دول الجوار.
مع كل دول الجوار بما فيها إسرائيل.
بالتأكيد.
بما فيها إسرائيل.
نسعى إلى السلام.
طيب.
يعني كل عملية ستخدم السلام والاستقرار في سوريا بالتأكيد هو أمر مهم جدا.
طيب سيد بيتر، كيف نتوقع شكل التجاذبات الإقليمية والدولية على الأراضي السورية في حال انسحاب الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وتأثيرها على الأكراد هناك؟
I don't know if the United States will withdraw. We have an administration that seems to be very unpredictable. It's hard for me to believe that Donald Trump wishes to leave Syria in the hands of an organization that was so recently affiliated with ISIS and Al-Qaeda being the people who attacked the United States, in fact, Donald Trump's home city of New York. But I think there's a second point, which is the SDF is both larger, has more women and men under arms, and better weapons than the HTS. It is the largest military force, largest Syrian military force today. Now, that may change, but at least at the moment, it's in a strong position. Now, turning to the neighbors, particularly to Turkey, I'm very much reminded of an incident that I was part of in 1988, which is in April of 1988, Jalal Talabani, and I think, Hoshir, you were with him, came to the United States. They went, I arranged for them to see a low-level person at the State Department. The next day, Kenan Evran, the military dictator of Turkey, came, and he was furious that the State Department had seen Kurdish terrorists, namely Jalal Talabani and Hoshir Zabari. And there was a ban on meeting the Kurds that lasted through 1991. Where is Turkey today? It is the largest investor in Iraqi Kurdistan. In fact, the guests here have been staying in what hotel? The Rotana, Turkish hotel. Turkey's built the airports. It's every place here. And there's a great relationship between the two. So, I think that Turkey will find Incidentally, it built a pipeline without permission from Baghdad. So there is the potential, particularly if there's peace between the PKK and Turkey, as one hopes there will be, that in fact, with regard to Syria, that northeast Syria will be a partner with its neighbor. Now, that's the most important of the neighbors. Obviously, Iraq, the Iraqi Kurdistan and northeast Syria ought to have better relationship. It hasn't been always so good, but there's a common interest. Jordan would have good relations. Then there's Israel. Well, Israel has encroached on the territory of Syria even beyond the Golan Heights. Clearly, it needs to go back as part of any peace agreement. And then if there's going to be a full peace agreement, it's probably going to have to be on the basis of land for peace, just as it was with regard to the Sinai. But hopefully there will be a peace agreement between Syria and Israel, normal diplomatic relations. And, this conflict goes back to 1948. It's before almost everybody in this room was born. So isn't it time to end it?
معالي الوزير، إذا كنت تريد أن تعلق على مسألة الانسحاب الأمريكي، كيف سيؤثر ذلك على سوريا بشكل عام والأكراد بشكل خاص، لأنه الآن واضح أنه الخوف من الصراع التركي الإسرائيلي على الأرض السورية.
نعم، شكرا. حقيقة هذا الخوف موجود دائما، لأن هذا التواجد كان محكوم بمكافحة محاربة داعش سواء في سوريا أو في العراق عندنا. طبعا داعش لا زالت موجودة قائمة بشكل أو بآخر، وداعش لما أتت إلينا أتت من سوريا في 2014 بسبب غياب السلطة على جميع المناطق السورية، ونحن لدينا تجربة مريرة في هذا الموضوع، وكان بطلب منا أن نطالب التحالف الدولي يجي يساعدنا في العراق، لأن سامرة كانت مهددة، بغداد مهددة آنذاك، وأتذكر هذه الأيام. لذلك هذا الدور اللي لعبوه كان دور حيوي ومحوري، وأيضا في دعم قوات قسد في سوريا وفي هزيمة داعش اللي كنا في العراق وفي سوريا خط الصد الأول أمام هذا التهديد. أنا في تقديري احتمالية تقليل وجود القوات الأمريكية موجود ربما، ولكن الانسحاب صعب جدا بسبب التطورات الإقليمية الزلزالية الحاصلة في المنطقة. أعتقد أي حاكم في أمريكا لديه حساباته ولديه أولوياته. حاليا أنا شخصيا أستبعد ربما تخفيض، ولكن أستبعد الانسحاب الكلي. وحتى يوم أمس السيد رئيس الوزراء السوداني في مداخلته أشر إلى هذه الإمكانية بسبب التطورات صحيح الحاصلة في الإقليم. ربما هذول المستشارين راح يبقون فترة أكثر.
سيدة إلهام، إلى أي حد أكراد سوريا مستعدين للخروج من عباءة عبد الله أجلان وتركيز جهودهم السياسية فقط على سوريا؟
أنا أصف هذه العلاقة بأنها علاقة فكرية، يعني هي عبارة عن مبادئ وتنظيم للحياة الاجتماعية والثقافية. بالتالي موضوع حل القضية داخل الإطار السوري هو هدفنا منذ البداية، وكان هذا هو الإطار الأساسي. يعني تركيا لعبت دور حقيقة في موضوع يعني التدخل بالشأن الداخلي للكرد في سوريا ومنعهم بالأساس بالتوحد أو الانخراط في الداخل السوري بشكل جيد وفي العملية السياسية. يعني تركيا منذ البداية هي تدخلت في هذا الوضع ومنعت أن يكون هناك اتفاقات استراتيجية مهمة بيننا كسوريين كرد وعرب وآخرين. هذا أعطى صورة وكأن الكرد دائما يسعون لأن يتجهوا نحو الانفصال. علما أن مشروعنا واضح. مشروعنا سوري، سوريا لا مركزية، سوريا تعددية، سوريا تحمي الثقافات الموجودة في المجتمع السوري. بالتالي نحن الآن أيضا سابقا والآن أيضا هدفنا الأساسي هو حل القضايا مع دمشق والانخراط في العملية السياسية السورية وضمان حقوق الشعب الكردي في الدستور السوري والقوميات الأخرى أيضا في إطار سوريا دولة لا مركزية.
سيد بيتر، ما الآفاق التي ينتظرها أكراد سوريا وما مستقبل القضية الكردية في المنطقة؟ باختصار لو سمحت.
Well, first, it's for the Kurdish people of Syria to determine what it is that they want, and not for me as an outsider. But if you talk about what would be normal in terms of federalism or autonomy, there are a few things are fairly obvious. First, they would want to retain their current institutions, the autonomous administration, their current rules, gender equality. They would want to control their own educational system. They would want to control their police and security forces. They would want to be controlling the local economy. And incidentally, these are very normal things in a federal system. It's not just what would exist in Syria, it's what exists in the United States. You know, there's one state in America that has the civil code. Every other state has the common code. There were different rules for divorce in different states in the United States. So the different systems of taxation. So this is just a normal, and the police is local in the United States, and the United States is quite a centralized federal state. So, you know, these are just the normal aspirations. People want to control their own destiny, and yet they also want to be part of Greater Syria. And that brings a final point I'd make, which is if Shara wants to be inclusive, he should include people from these other communities, not just some Kurd who he chooses. You know, when I went to Baghdad in 1987, I met the Kurdish deputy speaker of the Iraqi parliament. At the same time, the Anfal was going on. He didn't represent the Kurds. If you want to have a Kurd or several Kurdish ministers, you ask the people in northeast Syria to choose who they are. You don't choose it. If you want a Christian, you ask the Christian community to choose. That's the way in which you become inclusive. That, incidentally, is what's happened in Iraq. So the cabinet didn't include, at post-2003, didn't include as a foreign minister some Kurd chosen by the prime minister. It included Hoshio Zebari, who was chosen by the Kurdistan government. That's the way you get to inclusivity. So it's twofold. You choose your own people to run your own affairs, and you participate in the central government or the federal government in Damascus.
شكرا لك سيد بيتر. سيدة إلهام مع الوزير هشيار زباري، شكرا لكم على كل ما تفضلتم به وعلى رحابة صدركم. هذا ما سمح به الوقت. شكرا للحضور الكريم على حسن الإصغاء والمتابعة. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا.
Thank you to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats. Our next panel is beginning shortly. Dear guests, our next panel is beginning momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats. Our next panel is beginning momentarily. Dear guests, please remain in your seats, and our panelists, please welcome to the stage. Our panelists, please come closer to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Our next panel is beginning shortly. Dear guests, please remain in your seats. Our next panel is beginning momentarily. Our panelists, please welcome to the stage. As we're approaching Iraq's parliamentary elections this November, our next panel discussion is titled Iraq's Political Scene, moderated by Arwa Damon. Please welcome our panelists once again. I'm going to repeat the title once again.
Okay, we're going to begin the panel. Please sit. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're going to begin the panel now. If you're in the front row and you're not seated, we'd really appreciate it if you took your seat. Thank you very, very much. In the interest of time, we'd like everyone to take their seats so we can begin this panel. Thank you very much. Okay, our next panel is on Iraq's political scene in the upcoming elections. It's moderated by Arwa Damon. Arwa, please introduce your panel.
I think you have to press 1, 2, 3. Oh, there we go. That's much better. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And if we could all just settle down, please, that would be fantastic. So this panel is meant to be focusing on Iraq's political scene, which obviously is multi-tiered, multi-layered, and encompasses many challenges in and of itself. What we're going to try to do is explore the evolving landscape of various different alliances, and also how emerging movements may challenge established blocs. The other challenge that Iraq faces is obviously how external actors end up influencing the political landscape. And there's one more topic of conversation that I would like to add to our discussion, and that is how the younger generation currently feels about the situation when it comes to Iraqi politics, and also whether or not their voice is genuinely being heard and what needs to do to change that. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Arwa Damon. I am a former CNN senior international correspondent. I covered Iraq starting in 2003, spending a lot of time here. And I'm currently the president and the founder of INARA, which is a nonprofit, the International Network for Aid, Relief, and Assistance. Joining me today is Dr. Laith Kubba, a long-time person who, on many occasions, we have gone to for fantastic political analysis. Ms. Zahra Al-Sadr, who is a member of the Political Bureau for the Al-Hakma National Movement. Thank you so much for joining us. Sheikh Jamal Al-Dari, the president of the Iraq National Project. Lahib Haigal is senior researcher for Iraq at the International Crisis Group, and Mr. Ali Hamah Saleh was the president of the National Stance Movement. Before coming to try to address this topic, I actually spoke to friends of mine in Baghdad who are members of the Tishreen movement, or rather, they were members of the Tishreen movement. And one of the people who I was talking to is a young woman who remembers very clearly the years of her middle school and high school experience in Baghdad. She remembers the bombs and the bullets and the fear. She was a part of that era of youth that actually lived through and tried to overcome, in perhaps a very different way than many people sitting in this room, the complete and total shredding and disintegration of everything that she knew to be real. She was also a part of the Tishreen movement, going out and protesting for a better Iraq. She had friends who were killed. And when I was telling her that I was coming here today to have this conversation with these guests and that I would be in this space, she asked if I could point out a couple of things. She said, and this is something that I have observed myself over the years, that for the youth, for Iraq's young adults, the gap is enormous between them and the political systems that exist and the politicians. She said, please don't use my name, because I am worried that if you do use my name in connection with certain political views, I might get in trouble. She pointed out that there are some legislations that are causing people to feel as if they have actually lost their ability for freedom of speech, especially if they're expressing views that are perceived as being against politicians and militias. And she highlighted that there are still waiting for justice for the 800 who were killed and forgotten. So, Sheikh Jamal al-Dari, I would like to start this with you, because one of the other things that she and others have pointed out, and we are all well aware of the sort of broad strokes of various different political platforms, is that even though Iraq right now is open for investment and the enhancement of the political situation, and yes, there has been some progress that has been made, there are no concrete plans as to how to support youth projects, how to support the unemployment, and how to actually support the private sector. And there is a hunger among the population to actually hear more than rhetoric, but begin to understand what specific roadmaps are. So what, sir, is yours?
شكرا جزيلا بعد هذه الفرصة، والشكر موصول لفخامة الرئيس وعلى هذه الدعوة الكريمة. بداية أحب أبارك لأهلنا في حلبشة حصولهم على محافظة، ولفريق دهوك الذي حصل أيضا على نادي بطولة الأندية الخليجية، فكل بارك لهم. الحقيقة أنا أعبر عن رؤية وطنية. هذه الرؤية من وجهة نظري أعتقد أنها مفقودة في النظام السياسي الحالي. بعد 2003 قسم الوطن إلى أقسام طائفية وقومية. قطعا سمعنا من معالي الوزير الأخ وشيار الكرد كان عندهم وضع خاص من قبل 2003. بعد 2003 استقروا بشكل أكثر، لكن المشكلة الحقيقية كانت ما يتعرض له العرب بالعراق، حيث تم تقسيمهم بشكل طائفي إلى سنة وشيعة، ولم يكن هذا التقسيم بشكل متوازن، بل أعطيت الغلبة لطائفة على حساب طائفة. فالذي أريد أن أصل أن النظام السياسي الذي يفترض فيه أن يكون ديمقراطيا بني على أنقاض، لم يكن هناك عملية تنظيف وإصلاح حقيقي لوضع المجتمع العراقي وتأسيس حقيقي لمقومات دولة، ثم يتحول بعد ذلك الوضع السياسي إلى وضع ديمقراطي. حصلت عدة حالات، فلذلك كل هذا ألقى بظلاله على المجتمع العراقي ومنه شريحة الشباب، حتى وصلنا إلى تشرين في عام 2019، وهذا سؤالك. كانت اللافتة الرئيسية لهم أنهم يبحثون عن وطن. هذا النظام السياسي الذي تشكل منذ 2003 لم يجدوا فيه وطنا. كان الشباب يتخرجون من الجامعات، همهم الرئيسي هو الحصول على وظيفة، همهم الرئيسي أن يكون لهم حلم، أن يكون لهم بيت، أن يكون لهم استقرار، أن يبنوا حياة. لم يكن هذا الأمر متوفر وموجود، فإذا كانت هناك لافتة رئيسية أعلنت عنها تشرين أنه لا وجود لهذا الحلم الذي هو الوطن. وحملوا بعد ذلك أيضا بعد تشرين حملوا مسؤولية هي غير مسؤوليتهم. زج ببعضهم في عملية سياسية انتخابية ليكونوا جزء من برلمان في واقعه الحالي هو أشبه بنادي لرجال أعمال منه إلى برلمان ينتخب فيه من يمثل الشعب العراقي. وشكل النظام السياسي الحالي وصلنا إلى أن البرلمان تأتيه القرارات جاهزة من إدارة الدولة التي تصاغ أيضا ابتداء في الإطار التنسيقي الذي هو بتشكيله من الأخوة الشيعة يجتمعون يقررون في الإطار التنسيقي، ثم يرحل إلى إدارة الدولة، ثم يخرج للشعب العراقي على شكل قرارات من البرلمان. فلذلك في ظل وجود هذه التعقيدات التي يعيشها غالبية الشعب العراقي من العرب، كيف يمكن أن يكون للشباب فرصة في تحقيق أهدافهم؟ كيف يكون لهم فرصة في أن يزاحموا غيرهم وأن يعبروا عن ما يعتقدون أنه الصواب، وخصوصا في وجود هذا الانفتاح الكبير في مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي؟ هم يتابعون ويرون كيف أن العالم يدار، يعرفون أن دول الخليج التي هم جزء من المنظومة العربية الآن يسابقون الدول الكبرى في موضوع الذكاء الاصطناعي وفي مجال الثروات وفي مجال الاستثمار في الطاقات البشرية.
Maybe we'll get back to the question in a moment, because it was, or maybe you could just answer specifically yes or no. Do you have a roadmap to address all these problems?
نحن عندنا خارطة طريق. نعتقد أن ما بني منذ 2003 هناك فرصة لإصلاحه، شرط أن تكون هذه الفرصة عراقية 100%. العراقيون الآن يحتاجون إلى حوار وطني أكثر منه في أي وقت مضى. هذا الحوار الوطني سيتيح للعراقيين أولاً رسم شكل النظام السياسي الذي يحتاجونه، ثم يعطي فرصة أن نسمع ليس فقط للطبقة السياسية التي يتم تدويرها منذ عام 2003، لا، هناك نقابات كثيرة ممكن أن تشترك، هناك اتحادات، هناك منظمات مجتمع مدني فاعلة. كل هذه احنا عملنا على ذلك منذ أن أعلنا عن المشروع الوطني العراقي، الذي نعتقد أنه إذا لم نتحول من النظام الطائفي إلى نظام وطني سنواجه صعوبة كبيرة في المستقبل بالحفاظ على البلد كعراق. أكثر ما يقلقني أنا هو مستقبل البلد أكثر منه مستقبل النظام السياسي. فلذلك نحتاج إلى حوار وطني. هذا الحوار الوطني يجب أن يسمع فيه أيضا للشباب.
Thank you for that. I think we have over the years been hearing quite a bit about the need for national dialogue, and perhaps it says something about the system that a sufficient national dialogue has not yet taken place, it would seem. I'd like to turn to Ms. Zahra Sadr now for this sort of next point that is also at the forefront of the mind of quite a few of Iraqis, irrespective of whether or not they are part of the younger or even your generation. And this is the civil status law.
Simple?
The civil status law. That many are saying, effectively legalizes child marriage and potentially would allow for girls to be married off as young as 9. A young woman messaged me and she said, and I quote, "I was doing some reading last week, and it hurts to see in old Mesopotamia how back then they had laws to protect women and to punish those who carried out violations against women." And she specifically wanted me to ask you directly, would you marry off your daughter or your granddaughter at that young of an age? What would you say to her and to other women, girls who have the same concerns about their rights in the future.
بداية شكرا على الدعوة الكريمة من دكتور برهم ودكتور بلال وأستاذ ماك على دعوة ومؤتمر. موضوع قانون الأحوال الشخصية كررنا عدة مرات أن الموضوع هو يخص الطائفة الشيعية. الطائفة الشيعية لدينا مفاهيم مختلفة بموضوع الزواج المبكر. أنا شخصيا تزوجت بشكل مبكر، أخواتي تزوجوا بشكل مبكر. نحن لا نأخذ الموضوع بالبروباغندا أو الإطار اللي موضوع المستهدف بشكل يضرب الفكرة. لا يوجد إجبار، لا يوجد قصر بهذا الزواج. هي ثقافة في المجتمعات الشيعية وخصوصا العوائل المتدينة. من الطبيعي جدا لدينا الزواج المبكر للذكور وللإناث. نحن ننظر اللي هو أنه حفظ للفتاة وتأسيس للأسرة من بداية الشباب، بحيث أنه هذه الأسرة يكبرون معا. لا أريد أتحدث كثيرا عن فوائد الزواج المبكر، يعني أنا شخصيا جربت هذا وعشته ومستفيدة من عنده، لكن أنه يصور الموضوع دائما باتجاه سلبي، أنه الزواج المبكر يحدث للقاصرات بشكل بيع وشراء، أنه هو إجبار لهم. لا نقول أنه هذه الحالات لا تحدث، تحدث في كثير من الأماكن، تحدث عند كل الطوائف، تحدث عند مناطق معينة، لكن هي ليست دليل أو ليست حالة شاملة وعمومية على هذا الموضوع.
But you do understand why people are worried about this and don't necessarily believe that the country should be built on a structure that puts the burden of responsibility on a child to make that kind of a decision. A child turns to their parents when they are that young of age. And this is something that people are worried about. The youth are worried about it irrespective of which sect they belong to.
خلينا نتحدث بواقعية. أولا القلق يجب أن يكون من لأن هو هذا القانون الأحوال الشخصية يقول حتى المتبعين أتباع المذهب الجعفري يستفيدون من عنده ويكون التعامل مع القانون بناء على الشريعة مالتهم. هاي واحدة. قلق الجهات الأخرى والشرائع الأخرى غير مبرر لأنه هو ما ينطبق عليهم، ينطبق على أصحاب المذهب الجعفري. ثانيا أنا شخصيا لما إحنا نسوي الزواج القانوني بالمحكمة، الوجود القاضي بوجود الأب ولي الأمر، هو صحيح ولي أمره، لكن يسأل البنت هل أنت موافقة على الزواج أو لا؟ نجي هنا لا أنت تقولين إنه قلق مثلا إنه هم يزوجون بطريقة غير شرعية، الزواج بطريقة غير شرعية يحدث حتى عند الكبار وبظروف مختلفة. القلق للتركيز على نقاط معينة لتشويه الصورة لا أكثر ولا أقل، ولا كواقع حال من بالتطبيق وبالقانون هو المستفيد أصحاب أتباع المذهب الجعفري وضمن قوانين موافقة البنت، شروط أكو بالتطبيق. صارت إنه إثارات إنه مواضيع معينة اللي هي صحيح موجودة بالمذهب الجعفري لكن لا تطبق الآن. حتى إحنا في زمن سألتي إنه هل حتزوجين بنتك أو حفيدتك صغيرة؟ ممكن إيه ممكن لا. إذا شفت بنتي هي مؤهلة أو هي تريد تتزوج أو موافقة على الزواج why not. بس إذا هي تقول لا أنا أريد أكمل دراستي، وهذا دا يصير ويا بناتنا. أنا بنتي عمرها 18 سنة هي مختارة إنه تتزوج، يعني إنه ها موضوع الزواج إنه تكمل دراستها. بنت أختي تزوجت عمرها 17 سنة ما عندها مشكلة إنه هي تتزوج وتكمل دراسة. إذن الموضوع مو بالصورة المشوهة اللي دا تصير ولا بالطريقة اللي دا تطرح بطريقة محاولة لضرب القانون أكثر مما هي تفهم إليه.
I think there's a bit of a difference between the, 17 and 18 years old versus, and this is where the big sort of red flag goes up for a lot of people, girls that are as young as 9 or 10, but also
هو 9/18 هي صحيح انه من بالاحاديث مذكور تجي، لكن لا يوجد هكذا موضوع. لا يعني ماكو انه هسه احيانا عائله عراقيه بهذا الزمن تزوج ابنتها عمرها 8 أو 9. وهو قلت استخدام لمواضيع موجوده ضمن المذهب الجعفري وظفوها لتشويه القانون الأحوال الشخصية اللي ردنا نخليه.
And maybe this is where sort of the broader issue comes into play, which is there is a disconnect, or for some reason, a lot of political parties are not able to communicate directly with the country's people because these sorts of issues, do end up coming up. And Mr. Ali Saleh, I want to turn to you now because your movement has sort of positioned itself as being a voice for youth to a certain degree. How do you plan to connect with disillusioned youth who are skeptical of all political actors? How do you work towards bridging this massive gap?
سپاسەکەم سپاس بۆ ئەم دەرفەتە. دیارە تەوەری سەرەکی و قسەکردنەکەی ئێمە لەسەر هەڵبژاردننی ئایندەی عێراقە. بە پێی هەموو لێکدانەوەکان هەڵبژاردننی ئایندەی عێراق گرنگترین هەڵبژاردنە بێ لە دوای 2003ەوە بە کۆمەڵێک زۆرترین دەنگدەر بەشداریەکە ململانەیەکی جددی دروست بووە. ناکۆکیەکی جیانی و هەرێمایەتی ڕووەکاتە ناوچەکە و لە کاتێکا تا ڕادێکی زۆر لە عێراقیش یعنی خەڵک پرسیاری جددی لەسەر ئەوە بۆ دروست بووە ئایا هەڵبژاردن بۆ گۆڕانکاریە یا هەڵبژاردن بۆ ئەوەیە کە ئەو هێزانەی کە باڵادەست نەیانوێ متمانەی سیاسیان بۆ نوێ بکرێتەوە. بە دڵنیاییەوە قەلەقیەکی ئێجگار زۆر هەیە بۆ بەشداریکردن لە هەڵبژاردنە چ لە هەرێمی کوردستان. ڕەنگە من ئەزمموی 15 ساڵی ڕابردووم زیاتر لە کوردستان بووم، لە عێراقا بەشداریم نەکردووە. کۆمەڵێ فاکتەر هەن کە وەکو چۆن من بەردەوامەڵێم چۆن خەبات بۆ ڕوبەڕووبوونەوەی گەندەڵی پێویستە، بۆ ئەو دەستێوەردانانە پێویستە لە دادگا و لە زانکۆکانە هەکرێ، ئەبێ خەباتێکی جددیش بکرێ بۆ نەزاهەتی ئینتیخابات. چونکە لە عێراق و بە کوردستانیشەوە بە تایبەت ڕەنگە من زیاتر قسەی لەسەر کەم، ئێمە هەرگیز ناچینە ململانیەکی دادپەروەرانەوە. مالی سیاسی کاریگەری زۆر گەورەی هەیە، یعنی حزبی سیاسی هەیە ئێستا لە بۆ عێراق ئامادەیە $1 ملیار لە هەڵبژاردنە سەرف کات. باشە؟ هێزی ئەمنی و سەربازی بەکارهێنرێت لە ئینتیخابەکانە. هیچ هێزێکی ئەمنی و سەربازی لە کوردستانە من دڵنیام لە عێراقشا هەمان شتە بۆی نییە بە ئیختیاری خۆی دەنگ بە. تەنانەت ئەمە شۆڕ بۆتەوە بۆ دام و دەستگا ئیداریەکانی. من هێزە عێراقیانیش ئەگەر دەسڵاتیان هەبێت کە لەوێ تا ڕادەیەک تێکەڵی و هێزی زیاترە وەکو ئێرە نییە دوو هێزی حکوم، تەنانەت بەڕێوبەری قوتابخانە و یاریدەدەرەکەشی بەبێ موافقەی حزب دانانرێن و ئەوانش ئەوەندەی فشاریان پێکرێ ئەبێ مامۆساکان دەنگ بن. تۆ ئەزانی ئێستا من قسە ئەکەم لێرە ئەمڕۆ ئاگادار کراوەمەتەوە لە هەولێر وتویانە هەموو مامۆستایەکە بێ کاتی دەنگدانەکەی بێنێ فۆرمێ لە ترس. کاتێک کە تۆ مالی وڵات لای حزبەکانە، یعنی خەزێنەی دەوڵەت بوون نییە، مالی وڵات لای حزبە، حزب بەویستی خۆی پارێکی زۆری هەیە، هێزی ئەمنی و سەربازی هەیە. تەنانەت ئێستا کە من و تۆ قسەکەین لە بازگەکان زۆر بەڕوونی سەرانە وەرەگیرێت، هەموو ڕۆژێ $2 بۆ $3 ملیۆن من دەیان بەڵگەشم بڵاو کردوتەوە، یارمەتیم بەیواتەوە بووم. لە وڵاتێکە دادگا سەربەخۆ نەبێت. من خۆم زیاتر لە 15 ساڵە لە ڕوبەڕووبوونەوەی گەندەڵیا کارەکەم. 170 دۆسیەم داوە بە دادگا، ئەوەی تا ئێستا دادگایی کراوە بەس خۆم. واتە هیچ وەزیرێک، هیچ بەرپرسێک، کەس لە سەرۆکایەتی حکوومەت لەسەر بردننی مالی گشتی دادگایی ناکرێت. ئەم مالی گشتێ بۆ انتخاب بەکارهێنرێت، ئەم مالی گشتێ بۆ کڕینی وەلای خەڵک بەکارهێنرێت. تۆ ئەزانی لە انتخابی پێشووی کوردستانە بەدەر لە ساختەکاری منەظەم دەنگ کڕین دەنگێ بە $100، واتە داهاتی گشتی بەرە تۆ توانی دەنگدەر هەژار بکە بۆ ئەوەی ناچار بێت دەنگەکەی خۆی بفرۆشێ بە تۆ. لەم فۆرمە من ئەمێ چیرۆکێک باسکەم، لەم فۆرمە ئەبێ کەواتە ئێمە سەرباری هەموو ئەمانە ئەبێ ترسی ئێمە ئەوە بێ ئایا ئەم کۆمسیۆنە هەڵبژاردنێکی خاوێن بەڕێوە بە تایبەتی ترسی گەورە لە هەڵبژاردننی ئەلکترۆنیایە. ساختەکاری زۆر گەورە لە هەڵبژاردننی ئەلکترۆنیاکرێ و زۆر مەترسیدارە. مەسەن دکتۆر بەرهەم لێرەیە لە 2018 یعنی
بەڵگە دیکۆمنت ێسا هاردەکەمان لایە کاندید هەبووە بە کۆدێک 7,000 دەنگی بۆ تەزویر کرا لەم دۆخە ئێمە لێکۆڵینەوەیەکمان کردووە داومانە بە هێزە عێراقیەکان لەگەڵ خودی سەرۆک وەزیرانە بە چڕی دانیشتووین بەم فۆرمە لە بەشداریکردن هەڵبژاردن مالی سیاسی هێزی ئەمنی و سەربازی ناچار کە بچێ بۆ دەنگدانەوە عێراق با بەرەو فەوزایەکی زۆر کەوت دانیشتوانی عێراق دوای 4 ساڵی تر ئەبێ بە 52 ملیۆن کەس هەر پشت بەو نەوتەی ئێستەیە بەسی کە بەرهەمیێت بە ئەگەرێکی زۆرەوەش نرخی نەوتدا ئەبەزێت هەموو ساڵێ ملیۆنێک و 200,000 دانیشتوان زیاد دەکا ئەوانەشی حکومڕانەکەت بە ساختەکاری بێنە سەر دەنگ بێنە سەر حکوم بیرکەرەوە ئەو وڵاتە بەرەو کوێچێت بیرکەرەوە ئەو وڵاتە بەکوێچێت لەم ڕۆژانە ڕۆژنامەنووسێکی بیانی هات بۆ لای من وتی عەلی تۆ کۆمەڵێک بابەت باسەکەی کەواتە چۆن هەر یەکێتی و پارتی لێرە دەنگێنن تۆەوە تا فەرموو بەڵێ بە دیکۆمنت و ڤیدۆ ئەڵەی ڕۆژانە قاچاقچێتی یەکرێ و نووسینگەی قاچاقچێت نمونەیەکی هێنا بۆ حەزەکەم باسکەم یارمەتیم بێ وتی ئەڵەی گومرگی مەشروب و جگەرە سفرە لە کوردستان چۆن وتم لە بەرەوەی دەسەڵاتداران 100% بە قاچاقەیەدن ئەینا گومرگی مەشروب و جگەرە زۆرتینە وتی نرخی کارەبا ئەوە تا ئەڵەی لە پێش هەڵبژاردنە 7 قات و 8 قات گران کرد یعنی ئێمە لە ئاگایی وەڵێن بێ ئاگایی نییە.
Excuse me. Sorry. I appreciate all of the points that you're trying to make, but that wasn't really the specific question at this stage, but maybe we can come back to it a little bit later because we're trying to really get to the crux of some of these issues, but I do appreciate what you're trying to highlight. Lahib, I mean, we heard Mr. Saleh just saying that this is going to be the most important election since 2003. Do you think it's that high stakes, or are we just looking at, more of the same?
Well, first of all, I really want to thank Kak Barham for setting up a very successful forum. I don't know where he is, and the whole AUIS team. Just adding one caveat that Arwa and I talked about, and which relates to the things that you want to discuss, which is the youth, that unfortunately are not represented here in sufficient numbers. But other than that, congrats. So on the elections, yes, it is always high stakes elections in Iraq. This one in particular is interesting because it comes at a time where Iraq has really succeeded in many ways at remaining stable in a very turbulent region. We're so far not seriously impacted by Trump's economic policies, although we've seen a decline in oil prices, which in this country we're always worried about. But Iraq has made some significant strides when you mentioned investments, etc. And I think even if you come to Kurdistan, if you go down to Baghdad, you will see that there is a lot of construction. There is a lot of positive indications for Iraq in contrast to what we've seen in the last 20 years. Yet, Arwa and Sid Zahra have already spoken about some of the challenges that remain in this country. And also, of course, Ustad Jamal. I think that Iraq, I agree with what was said before. Iraq still needs political reform. The system is not fit for such a big population. A demographic skew towards a very young generation that needs good leadership, that needs good education, that needs hope for the future. And I think we saw that very clearly with Tishreen. Tishreen was not an outside conspiracy. Tishreen was not whatever has been said about it. Tishreen was an expression of deep-seated grievances in this country for all communities, for all youth, whether it's in Kurdistan or in the central of Iraq or in the south. Yes, it was mainly Shia youth that took to the streets, but it is also a reflection of the economic reality in the south. The south, Basra, the richest province in this country. When I went down there for the first time in 2014, I was devastated to see what Basra looks like. Because I've been told, so I'm born in Iraq, but I grew up abroad, and I've been told stories about what Basra was. and you come and you realize the richness of this place and the extent of the devastation, the extent of the poor infrastructure, 2018, in my view, was a precursor to Tishreen. 100,000 people were poisoned by the poor water quality in Shatt al-Arab. They started protesting. The same year, there was an electricity crisis. What happened? The political establishment, the security forces cracked down hard. Youth were already killed in 2018. That was just the start of it. And then came 2019. And it didn't, I mean, if you look at how it started, yes, there were a lot of regional tensions, Iran, US, et cetera, but it was university graduates that took to the streets because they wouldn't get a job, right? That was how it started. And then you saw a range of communities, different classes, working class, upper class, whatever class that you want to name. There were young people in Anbar, in Mosul, that also protested, not in the same numbers. Tishreen was a moment for this entire country. And if the political class does not take to heart what the youth were trying to say, this country will not be on a good path. I think that the political establishment, to some degree, has taken on what happened there, not sufficiently. There is still not a serious recognition of the horrendous number of people that were killed, the 15 to 20,000 that were injured, the hundreds that have left the country and are still afraid to come back, in all sorts of fields. I mean, we have environmental activists, we have human rights activists, we have women rights activists, et cetera, et cetera. That is the future. And I'm sorry for most of the older generation that is sitting here. I know many of you, but I don't think that most of you provide the solution for this country. And I think you need to listen more to the younger generation. They don't have good education, but they are very smart. I've met many of them. And that is what makes me hopeful about this country. So the elections, I didn't answer your question. It's a high-stake election, of course. But I think it's also an election that is, I'm less concerned about this one than I was last time. And one of the reasons is that the last elections, of course, Muqtada Sadr tried to do something that hadn't really been done before. He tried to split from the old constellation of political power sharing to some degree. Iraq wasn't ready for that. The political establishment wasn't ready for that, I think. This type of cross-sectarian alliance that would actually form a government and then have a real opposition in parliament obviously failed. I think for democratic purposes that would have been excellent. Then came the showdown in the Green Zone between some of the other Shia factions, Hashid affiliated, and the Sadrists, very concerning. But also something that came out of that was positive is that Iraq has some very interesting mechanisms to prevent violence. And I know it's difficult to fathom what I'm saying here, considering our history with sectarian war, Daesh, et cetera, et cetera. But it didn't go further than that, and that was positive. And I think this time around, there has been lessons learned from the last election and the consequences of that. Sorry, I know I spoke long. So.
It's okay, it's the trend. Mr. Qubba, how can Iraq's political culture evolve then to foster not just more accountability, but actually more genuine inclusion, especially of, again, you know, we're kind of trying to speak for, you know, people that aren't represented here, but, you know, the country's youth.
طبعا أجدد شكري للاستضافة الأستاذ برهم اللي أظن ما موجود، وسروري أن ألتقي مجددا في هذا الملتقى، والواقع فرصة طيبة جدا نسمع الأصوات الشابة هنا، وفرصة أيضا لإعطاء خلينا نقول كلمة صريحة عن الأشهر المقبلة القادمة في العراق. قائمة المشاكل اللي موجودة في العراق طويلة، ونعم أنا أعتقد ما ذكرته لهيب عن جيلي أنا اللي حاول أنه يبني نظام. أول مرة عارض النظام السابق، وبعدين بعد 2003 حاول أن يبني النظام. ونعم متوقع في كل محاولة تطلع بها فجوات لقلة الخبرة، للإرث اللي موجود إلى آخره. لكن بعد 20 سنة يعني قائمة الأعذار وقائمة الحجج اختفت بالكامل. أي تحليل موضوعي اليوم يقول جذر أدى تتفرع منه كل مشاكل العراق يعود إلى عجز وتدهور الدولة العراقية اللي عقدها الأساسي مع 40-45 مليون نسمة. وهنا طبعا راح أتحدث عن الدولة العراقية، الواقع راح أفرز إقليم كردستان بالكامل عن هذا الحديث. أنا أتحدث عن خلينا نقول إقليم العراق العربي. وكما أعتقد أشير أكو شيء بنيوي حقيقي خطأ أو مخل يعيق إصلاح الدولة. عام 2018-2019 قضيت قرابة سنتين بالعراق، وسنحت لي الفرصة أن أجري مسح مفصل مع زملاء آخرين وخبراء، ورسم خرائط المشاكل سهل. بشوية جهد كانت الحلول جدا واضحة تصير. العقبة من تأتي إلى كلفة تطبيق الإصلاحات أكو كلفة سياسية اللي هي أكو سلطة متمركزة وبنيت على المحاصصة ومحتكرة موارد الدولة، ونظرتها أنه الاستقرار السياسي للبلد صار رهين بها وما تقبل تدفع كلفة الإصلاح. عندنا مشكلة حقيقية من كتل سياسية كبرى اللي هي الآن ماسكة السلطة تقيم قوتها على أساس موارد الدولة، لجانها الاقتصادية اللي تأخذ من عقود الوزارات. وهذا يعني كلام من صار نقاش أنه هذا لازم يتوقف. قالوا بس شلون تصير السياسة بالبلد؟ أنا أتحدث عن مفاتيح بالسلطة. ففي الواقع عندنا مشكلة حقيقية. رغم ذلك البعض يقول خلي البلد مستقر وعلى علاتها وخلي شوية تصير سرقة، لكن المهم أكو استقرار وتنمية. المشكلة الآن بالأشهر القادمة أنا أعتقد في جو من الاضطراب راح يضرب العراق. التحولات اللي تصير بالنظام العالمي والتحولات اللي تصير بالمنطقة، وكل سنة عندنا 1,000,000 ولادة بالعراق، وعندنا يمكن 500,000 خريج أو من يطالب بالعمل، والنظام الاقتصادي عاجز بالكامل. نسبة الأمية الآن عندنا ارتفعت بالعراق بشكل مرعب. عندنا جمهور أمي، فكيف واحد ممكن ينتج ثقافة سياسية؟ أمام هاي الملاحظة أنا يعني إيجابي دائما، وأحاول أفكر أجاوب على سؤال طيب لازم أكو حل. طبعا ماكو سوبر ليدر ولا سوبرمان يجي وهو راح، هذا اطلاقا يعني وهم، ولا اكو حزب بالافق حاليا يقدر يصنع حلول. والمعادله الوحيده اللي تقدم هي تقاسم النفوذ والغنائم والسلطه. تراجع عدد اللي ينتخبون معناه هالنسبه البسيطه يعني اللي صارت حتى بالانتخابات الماضيه، كتله كبيره اللي فازت بعدد كبير امتنعت عن الانتخابات، امتنعت عن المشاركة وانسحبت من البرلمان، واستمر العمل. الواقع النظام السياسي وصل طريق مسدود، وعجز عن أن يتكيف، وعجز عن أن يتعلم، ولا أعتقد أنه قادر على أن يعطي حلول. فأمامنا بالإقليم العراق أنا أعتقد أمام النخبة تحدي الآن كيف ترسم خارطة طريق تستطيع تخرج فيه من مأزق قادم. اللي مدى يشوف هذا المأزق أعتقد يعني يحتاج عدسة، بس يقولش واضح القادم. واللي ما مهتم بهذا المأزق يعني أعتقد شوي راد له قلب، لأنه عندنا ملايين من الناس يفتقرون إلى تعليم، يفتقرون إلى صحة، يفتقرون إلى شوارع وبيئة سليمة، يفتقرون إلى فرص عمل. عندنا فجوة حقيقية صارت بين الدولة والسلطة والحكومة، هاي مفردات مميزة عن بعضها، وما بين الجمهور. أنا اللي أعتقده، وهذا اللي أظن ما يحتاج العراق اليوم، منصة اللي كثير من القوى المدنية، النخب السياسية الوطنية تستطيع تجمع رصيدها اللي هو أكبر بكثير من رصيد الأحزاب اللي تنزل بالانتخابات، وهذه تشكل الأرضية حتى تدعم أي تحول سياسي يصير في العراق. وإلا أنا أعتقد التحدي الموجود عندنا في العراق كبير.
Thank you so much. So if we can all try to condense our answers, please. You brought up a couple of very interesting points, and I want to focus on those that are kind of centering around how many are arguing actually that the current Iraqi political system is structurally rigged against newcomers, newer parties. But we are seeing some movement on that front. And Sheikh Haddadi, Mr. Saleh, both of you are kind of leading movements that are outside of the traditional power structures. Sheikh Haddadi, I want to start with you because, and please keep it brief, how do you plan to compete in this system given the way that it is currently established?
شكرا جزيلا. أعتقد هناك الآن فصل واضح بين الطبقة السياسية وخطابها وخطاب المجتمع العراقي. ما سمعناه أمس كان يمثل خطاب للطبقة السياسية. هناك عزلة تماما، هناك فرض لمفهوم غير صحيح. الديمقراطية هي ليست صندوق انتخابات. أنا اشتركت في النظام الانتخابي ابتداء في عام 21، كنت خارج البلد أمثل وجهة نظر معارضة لهذا النظام السياسي. فلما التحقنا بعد 21 وجدنا أن هناك جاب كبير بين ما تفكر به الطبقة السياسية ومفهوم الديمقراطية الحقيقي وما يراد أن يروج له في العراق. صندوق الانتخابات ليست ديمقراطية. الديمقراطية هي تداول سلمي للسلطة، الديمقراطية هي محاسبة الفاسدين، الديمقراطية هي إتاحة وتنافس بالفرص. عندنا انتخابات تجريها أحزاب لا يطبق عليها قانون الأحزاب معطل في العراق، ولذلك لا تسأل هذه الأحزاب كيف تدير حملاتها الانتخابية. بالنسبة لنا، أنا أعتقد نحن كمشروع وطني وجودنا في بغداد نعتبر أنفسنا مظلة نحمي فيها الشباب الذين طالبوا يوم تشرين بأن يكون لهم وطنا، بدل أن يسمع لهم كما سمعنا قتلوا. كان مواجهتهم من النظام السياسي أنهم تعرضوا للقتل والتنكيل والتشويه ومؤامرات خارجية. فلذلك نحن لا نقول أننا يئسنا، نحن لازلنا نحاول على أمل أن يتم إصلاح هذا النظام السياسي، لأن البديل وإصرار هذا النظام السياسي أن تسير هذه المركبة بهذه الطريقة، الحقيقة هي لا تسير بل هي ترجع إلى الوراء. وإذا رجعنا قليلا للمحطات الانتخابية، في عام 2010 سرق الاستحقاق الانتخابي، في عام 2014 كانت هناك داعش، 2018 تم حرق الصناديق أمام أعين الناس، حرقت صناديق الانتخابات في بغداد، 2021 كادت أن تحصل حرب شيعية. ولذلك هناك إصرار رغم كل هذا الذي يحصل على أنه يدفعون بهذه الطبقة السياسية، يدفعون بهذا النظام السياسي، والغرض منه استمرارهم والحصول على المكاسب. أنا أعتقد إذا لم يكن هناك جدوى حقيقية من هذا النظام السياسي فيجب أن يكون هناك مساعدة للشعب العراقي في إصلاح وضعه.
It's a very interesting point that you're closing off on. Mr. Saleh, how do you plan to compete?
کێبرکێکردن لە مواقعە ئەبێ کێبرکێ بکە ینی بژاردەی ترە نییە بەڵام کێبرکێکە کێبرکێکی قورسە لەبەر ئەوەی دەرفەتێکی دادپەروەرانە نیە لە هەڵبژاردنە بەڵام گرنگترین شت وە پەیامی ئێمە ئەوەیە بۆ سەرجەم هێزە عێراقیەکان بە ئەندازەی بانگەشەی هەڵبژاردن و کۆکردنەوەی دەنگ ئەبێ ئاگاداری کۆمسیۆن و نیظامی انتخابی و ئەو شەریکەش بن سەر کۆمسیۆن نییە بەتەنیا کۆمپانیایەکشە کە سۆفتوێر و پرۆسەکەی بەڕێوەیە پرۆسە انتخابی بەڕێوەیە با من زۆر بە کورتی بە واقعی ژیانی خۆمان باسەکەین وێنە گەورەکە پیشانەدات لەم ڕۆژانە ڕۆژنامە نووسێکی دەرەوە هات وتی تۆ ئەڵێ لە 15 مانگە 130 ملیۆن بەرمیل نەوت فرۆشاوتم بەڵێوە داتای هەموو کۆمپانیەکان داهاتیش بۆ خەزێنەی گشتی سفرەوتم بەڵێ وتی ئەوە بەڵگەی قاچاقیەکانی شتەمووی خستۆتە ڕوو بەڵێ لە بازگەکانیش سەرانە وەرەگیرێ بڵێ نرخی کارەبا حوت هێندە زیاد بۆ پێش انتخابات وتم بەڵێ نرخی کارەبا ئێستا لە هەڵەبجە لە لەندەن گرانترە ئەوە کیلۆوات وتی ئەیکە باشە ئەم دوو پارتەی دەسەڵات چۆن زۆرترین دەنگێنن هاوکێشەکە ڕوونە ئەوان پێیان وایە لە 140 خەڵکەچێ بۆ دەنگدان لە هیچ کوێ نەبووە حزبێکی سیاسی لە 6 شاری بچووکە 100,000 موچەخۆری هەبێت خۆی و خێزانیان ناچار بە دەنگدانکە 200,000 چەکداری هێزی ئەمنی و سەربازی هەبێت هەر یەکەیان خۆیان ناچار بە دەنگدانکەن تەنانەت لە کۆتا هەڵبژاردنە کارمەندەکانی کۆمپانیای کەرتی تایبەت پێیان وتبوون ئەگەر دەنگ نەدەن لە کارەکانتان دەرەکرێن تۆ سەیرکە تۆ لێرە ئێمەش سەرۆک لیستەکەمان لە زیندانایە باشە تۆ لێرە لە کێبرکەیەکی زۆر نادات پەروەرانەی بە ئەندازەی ئەم کێبرکێ نادات پەروەرانە ئەبێ قەلەقی ئەوە بیت کورسەکانت لە کۆمسیۆن لە 10 نەکرێ بە 4 لە 8ەوە نەکرێ بە 2 کاندیدێ لە 3000 نەکرێ بە 21,000 طبعا ئەوە بە سۆفتوێری 2018 بە بەڵگە لامانە هیوام وایە هێزە عێراقیەکان لە پێناوی ئەوەی ئیستقراری عێراق زۆر بە خراپی تێک نەچێ ئاگان لە نەزاهەتی انتخابات بێت سیستەم و سۆفتوێر لای کۆمپانیایەکە کۆمسیۆن ڕاستە ئێمە ئەمانەمان بە سەرۆک وەزیرانی عێراق بە تەفسیل وتووە دانیشتمان لەگەڵا کردووە ئەویش ڕەنگە قەلەقی زۆر زیاد بێت چکە خۆی لە کۆمسیۆنەکە بۆ دیدیە و چاوەڕێی دەنگ و کورسی هێنانە بەڵێ لەم فۆرما کێبرکێ زۆر قورسە بەڵام ڕەنگە خەڵکێک هەبێ بڵێ ئەیکەواتە بۆ بەشداری انتخاباتەکەن ئێمە تا ئەم ساتە بەدیلی هەڵبژاردنمان نییە و پێمان وایە بژاردە ڕاستە بێ خۆپشاندان بکرێ خەباتی بەڵام لە نیمان ینی چی بکەیت دادگا بەدەست حزبەوەیە زانکۆ بەدەست حزبەوەیە قوتابخانە بەدەست حزبەوە بێت دەوائر بەدەست حزبەوە بێت بە حزب ئەکرێت بەرپرسی حزبی 5,000 پاسەوانی هەبێ و فڕۆکەی تایبەتی هەبێ و خەڵکیش جادەی نەبێ هاتوچۆی پێ بکە ناچاریت پەرلەمان وەکو یەک وەسیلە بەکاربێنی بە تەدریجیش ئەم گۆڕانکاری ڕوو بدات.
Thank you so much for sharing all of that. Ms. Zahra, I'm going to get to you and your thoughts on this in a second. But first, Mr. Qubba, you've talked about this a lot. Is it time actually for full constitutional reform? Is it time to start over?
شكرا هذا سؤال مهم. أنا أعتقد إذا أردنا إعادة وضع العراق بالتحديد مرة أخرى أتحدث على العراق خلينا نقول أقليم العراق وضعه على سكة بناء دولة حديثة تقدم خدمات نعم لابد أن تحصل في مراجعة ل4 مفاصل قناعتي تكون رئيسية ولعل أول هذه المفاصل هو الصلة بأقليم كردستان. أنا أعتقد حاليا هذه الصلة ضبابية ومشوهة ويحتاج فرز واضح. يعني فعلا هو الأقليم شبه مستقل وأنا أعتقد بقية العراق يكون ينتظم أيضا بشكل أقليم لحاله. أنا أعتقد الدولة في بقية العراق قطعا مو منحى ما يقال أن يصبح أقليم شيعي أو سني إطلاقا. ما أعتقد هذه هي المشكلة في العراق وإنما يمكن أشارك الرأي مع الشيخ الضاري أنه جرى تسييس الدين وكان كارثة على النظام السياسي لأن خلق لنا مجموعة ارتدادات كبيرة. فعندنا الموضوع الأول الصلة بكردستان والموضوع الثاني يعني الدولة يجب أن تبقى فوق موضوع الدين. احنا نحتاج دولة حديثة. طبعا عندنا مشكلة حقيقية الجمهور إذا كان هو قابل خلينا نقول لأسباب عديدة ثقافية أو اجتماعية قابل لأن يسيس دينيا، هذا يجب أن يعالج كمشكلة جانبية، بس قطعا في بنية الدولة ما أعتقد هذا يكون يسمح. الموضوع الثالث اللي أعتقد أني رئيسي، العراق بحاجة مرة أخرى، أقليم العراق خل أسميه إذا يسمح الحديث، الواقع بحاجة إلى دولة قوية أقرب ما تكون إلى تحتاج تمارس خدمات رئيسية، ما ممكن بظل محاصصات ما بين يعني خلينا نقول أحزاب صارت دولة ظل أمام الحكومة الرسمية، لا يمكن أن تنهض الدولة. فالعراق بحاجة إلى دولة تمارس دور مباشر ببناء القطاعات، وقطعا تحتاج إلى يعني فرز شوية ذكي للجانب السياسي اللي يركز على السياسات مو على الكتل السياسية. هذا موضوع. وطبعا العراق يعني على بهذه المحطات قطعا راح جزء منه مو فقط معالجة الجانب الدستوري أو القانوني، يحتاج أيضا معالجة للبنى.
Sorry, we're literally so out of time. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts. Is the Hukma Party willing to work outside of the current political system, or do you actually believe that the current political system is sustainable and is the way ahead for Iraq?
صراحة
And I just got a 1-minute notice, so.
بشكل سريع جدا. ما ارتاحت كثيرا لكثرة الإحباط اللي سمعتها صراحة. يعني أنا جتني طاقة إحباط كبيرة جدا من خلال هذه المداخلات. العراق مر بمخاضات كثير من الدول ما قدرت تطلع من عندها. العراق خرج من عندها، وقف على رجله، المظاهرات خلصت، صارت انتخابات. احنا مقبلين على مرحلة باتجاه صاعد، باتجاه تطور، باتجاه مليان أمل. التمكين الشباب بتطور، حالة البلد والبنى التحتية بتطور. مثل ما الشباب اللي يذكرون فترة المعاناة ما بعد 2003، أكو شباب عانت قبل 2003 أيضا، وحاولت قدر الإمكان مثل ما دكتور ليث ذكر، كل تجربة لها سلبياتها وإيجابياتها، لها إخفاقاتها. لكن أنا أشوف كل مرة على مرة، كل انتخابات تصير الإخفاقات أقل، المشاكل أقل. والدليل آخر مرة هسه هذا إحنا مقبلين على الانتخابات مال هالسنة. سابقا حتى يتفق على القانون للانتخابات مخاضات لأشهر طويلة وصراعات كثيرة بين القوى، بين الجمهور المقتنع الغير مقتنع. المرة المفوضية أعلنت استعدادها على تسجيل التحالفات، أعلنت استعدادها على إقامة الانتخابات، الحكومة أبدت استعدادها. قانون الانتخابي أيضا تم تجربته بشكل نوعا ما على مجالس المحافظات، كان الأهدأ نوعا ما بالنتائج بالتشكيل. هذه كلها ليش ما نشوفها؟ يعني أنا مستغربة أنه إحنا نركز على السلبيات أكثر من الإيجابيات. وصفة الشباب هو الأمل. إذا إحنا ما نتطلع بأمل بالحكومة أو نتطلع أمل ببلدنا بإيجابية، شلون راح نقدر إحنا نقدم شيء؟ مثل إحنا دورنا كشباب. إذا أنا اليوم أنظر إنه أنا أظل أتحدث بعنوان إنه أنا غير ممكنة، أنا ما عندي فرصة، النساء غير ممكنات، بالتالي أنا دا أقيد نفسي. في حين لو أنظر بإيجابية ممكن أنا أبحث عن الفرصة وأنت أغتنمها. أنا يعني هذا وجهة نظري بشكل سريع. الحكمة بالتأكيد مشاركة، ننزل بتحالف قوى الدولة، تم الاتفاق على أنه قوى الإطار تنزل بشكل منفرد، ويتم الاتحاد ما بعد الانتخابات حسب تكوين الكتلة الأكبر إن شاء الله.
Thank you. I appreciate your perspectives. And I think, when I, at the very least, am speaking to a lot of, Iraqis, it's not so much that they want to focus on the bad. It's that if you just sit around patting yourself on the back for what is good, you're not addressing what actually needs to be done. And the big concern is that for years right now, this country has regularly said, but we're better off than we could have been, and used that as an excuse to not actually move forward on other key and core issues. And again, this goes back to the issue of, the Constitution that in and of itself is, many will argue, entrenched in sectarianism and actually foments, a lot of the sort of political back and forthing that we see. And then obviously on top of all of this, we have outside players that have never once let Iraq, actually exist on its own to a certain degree. And so, Dahib, if you can just wrap us out of this, right now, what outside players are the ones that pose the biggest risk when it comes to stripping Iraqis of their agency?
You hear me? I think they've told us 1 minute for
the
last 10 minutes. So I won't be answering this question. What I'm going to say about the political system, the Constitution is not a problem in this country. The problem here with our system of muhassasa is 3 C's. It's corruption, it's collusion, and it's co-optation. Those are the issues. I agree with Kak Ali. The problem for new parties, he mentioned a lot of obstacles, but the main issue is that even if you try to become a part of this political system, you become co-opted in one way or another. And I think this is what certain opposition parties, new parties also realize. They're trying to strike a balance between taking the opportunities and the problems and the flaws of the system. And that is a very difficult balance to strike. And unfortunately, your question will have to be answered outside of the panel, I think.
Well, thank you all so much for joining us. And if I'm going to just try to say that I hope next year when we're sitting here, we're talking less about external powers and that we do see a more diverse stratus of Iraqi society represented and that we're able to talk about solutions as opposed to constantly rehashing the problems. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists, for that very thorough discussion. Dear guests, please remain in your seats as the new session is going to begin shortly. Dear guests, please remain in your seats. Dear guests, please remain in your seats. Dear guests, our next panel will begin momentarily. Please remain in your seats. Dear guests, please be mindful that lunch will start at 1:30 and our roundtable discussions will start at 2:30. Please remain in your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel will begin. Please remain to your seats. Everyone, please take your seats. Our panel will begin very shortly.
No, it's all English, yeah.
Dear guests, please remain seated. We're about to move to our next session. Please remain seated.
Okay, Lena. Okay, everybody, thank you for joining us for this one-on-one conversation with the President of the International Crisis Group, Comfort Arrow. Dr. Comfort Arrow and I are going to talk for a few minutes about what is driving conflicts globally and some of the causality as well as some of the mechanisms to deal with them. And I would just ask that everybody please take their seats so that we can begin this conversation. Those of you who are in the front row, it would be great if you could take your seats. Please take your seats so that we can begin this session and remain on time. Okay, once again, I'm going to kind of reintroduce the conversation for a second here. I'm joined by Dr. Comfort Arrow, the president of the International Crisis Group. Dr. Arrow is one of the leading thinkers in the world around drivers of conflict and the mechanisms to deal with them. And we're going to talk about some of these issues today. Dr. Arrow, welcome.
It's very hard to keep everybody quiet as well.
Yes, it is, but it will calm down eventually. So there's more, as was said yesterday in the first panel, there are more and more conflicts around the world. And these conflicts are proliferating in ways that, at least according to certain data, suggests is quite an amplification. At the same time, what was said yesterday is that there's a fragmented political order, fragmented geopolitics, whatever sort of semantics you want to put to it. Are these two things related in some way?
Now, first, let me say thank you for inviting me to the forum, and also to publicly apologize for the last-minute inability for me to come last year. But I'm very glad to be here and to really listen and learn from the various conversations as well. Let me put one statistic in front of you that may help in our conversation. Crisis Group was founded 30 years ago, and I think the figure of last year, 2024, was the worst that we have seen in our 30-year history. 59 conflicts since the end of the Second World War. So when you stand back as an analyst, as a researcher, as a policy thinker, you're asking yourself, why have we seen this dramatic increase in figure? The two other significant years, one was the year in which the Rwandan genocide happened in 1994, and one that will be obviously significant to this region will be the Arab Spring period as well. Those were the only other two periods in our history, and certainly since the end of the Second World War, that we've seen such a dramatic rise in conflict. I think it does make intuitive sense, Mac, to answer your second question, to think that there's some kind of through line between major power rivalry or geopolitical tensions and increase in conflicts as well. But I would say that there's no obvious linear sort of line. I don't think we should automatically make the assumption that big power rivalry, geopolitical turbulence equals more wars as well. It's partly why also Crisis Group spends a great deal of its time, its methodology is very much looking at the local dynamics of war, the root causes that are actually embedded in a country's rationale for going to war within itself. But there's also the regional implications as well. But let me look closely at the geopolitical, because I don't think we should dismiss it as well. Because the other dynamic that we've seen at play is that we are seeing a crisis of peacemaking, that it's become difficult to end certain conflicts because it's a more multipolar world. There are more actors piling into a conflict to resolve the conflict. There are more actors who have an interest in conflicts. And as a result of that, Mac, each side in a conflict, a good example is Sudan, each side is able to forum shop. So right now you're looking at the situation in Sudan. Would the conflict have been easier to end, quicker to end, if there weren't multiple external actors involved in that crisis as well? There is a school of thought that suggests it would have been easier to end the conflict if you weren't dealing with a multitude of actors outside. It's also true that the external actors, for example, involved in the Sudan conflict would not have access to the material resources that they have, the access to weapons, the ability to sell and trade gold in certain countries has enabled that war to fuel itself. So it's a mixture of all those things. I wouldn't take any of those things off the table, but if you're asking why we're seeing more wars rising, it's hard to ignore the major power politics, but the local is still important and the regional dynamics is still very much at the heart of the matter.
So you mentioned Sudan. Another case that comes to mind would be Yemen, and you have important Gulf actors that have been very much involved, and at the same time, and really, frankly, driving the conflict.
Yep.
And at the same time, we're at a moment where the Gulf is sort of positioning itself as a mediator. And so how do you square those two things?
Yeah, it's not the, I mean, we're seeing a number of countries now who want to be state mediators. And what is actually interesting about this particular time, Qatar, state mediator, setting up its own mediation center, Saudi Arabia wanting to do the same thing, and the UAE doing the same thing. The difference between classic mediation, where there's a professional outfit of different actors who are engaged, is that those are non-state private institutions or UN envoys who are professionally designated to play an envoy's role to help solve those conflicts. You have countries now who both have an interest in the war, who have a stake in the war, also seeking to mediate the war as well. I'm not criticizing that, because one of the things that I've always said is that the pathway to resolving a conflict requires you to also make sure that those who have a stake in the conflict, the region and individual countries are crucial, not only as problems but also as a route to solving those conflicts. So we have spent a great deal of our time suggesting that the table does require a diverse set of actors, and a lot of those actors are interested in the flow of the conflict as well. So we've often said, yes, the Gulf has to be at the table. We've been very clear about the dialogue that was essential between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia as well, in terms of resolving Yemen and the UAE as well. So if you're trying to find a way to end the peace, then you can't be naive to assume that you can leave them off the table as well. So including them, addressing their demands, understanding what are the stakes for them, I think is part and parcel of how you bring an end to a conflict as well.
Reading crisis group reports over the years, and not just crisis group, a number of policy research entities in Europe and the States are quite committed to the sort of UN-led order and sort of these notion that a combination of regional bodies with UN support can mediate in a lot of these sorts of conflicts. Is that still a viable construct? Reading through the lines from things that you've written and said before, I would call you sort of a UN optimist to some degree. So tell us how to sort of unpack that, because of course in Iraq you're an Iraq observer, you start as a UN pessimist because you think of the 90s, you think about the UN-led sanctions, and of course the UN has had some kind of mediating role in certain instances, but I don't necessarily come to the table as a default optimist.
Yeah, and well, I'm a default optimist because I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing as well, because I think it's important. Otherwise, there's no ability to find a pathway through. Let me also just clarify what you said. The UN is an intergovernmental body. It doesn't exist without its member states. And the Charter of the UN inscribed into it Chapter 8 that acknowledged the role of the region. And some of these regional bodies were already in creation before the UN as well. So the UN doesn't exist without its member states. And the UN itself recognized that its legitimacy depended on having the region on its side. So when I look at my experience, for example, in Sierra Leone and in Liberia, the success of the UN in Liberia and Sierra Leone, for example, was contingent on the West Africa region, was contingent on Nigeria and Ivory Coast and Senegal as well. The same is true for the Horn of Africa. The UN itself recognizes that politically, for it to navigate the choppy waters of the Horn of Africa, it needs to work with the region, the regional body, but also regional states. And there are significant major powers in all of these regions as well. And it's also, I think, a reality that the Security Council itself is highly dysfunctional. And oftentimes, you have to take the business of finding a solution to the crisis out of the chambers of the Security Council. It's become increasingly ineffective, caught up in its own turbulence. You've seen the loggerheads between the US and China, between Russia and China, play out. And so a lot of people do not look at the Security Council as the first port of call. And it's also increasingly marginalized itself. I mean, you mentioned Iraq. I would mention Myanmar, where the UN has been unable to sort of shift the dynamics there. I mentioned the Sahel as well, where one of the P5 countries was asked to vacate the region because it was not helping us to try to resolve the conflict in there. And as a result, the UN had to leave as well. So Iraq is a good example, but there's a litany of other examples. And we saw in the last 18 months in Africa alone, where a number of countries asked the UN to vacate the scene. And a lot of that was also partly because of certain member states and their own politics that wasn't helping to resolve the conflict as well.
And so if one set of tools is sort of multilateralism and the UN, and another is sort of, regional security architectures, regional collaboration, cooperation, I'm wondering how you think through some of the conflicts in the region in that regard. So if we take Gaza, and whenever we can use the term post-war Gaza, I hope soon, but it will probably always remain a misnomer in that context. Yep. ICG and many other groups in various ways have called or suggested that there should be a greater role for regional actors in kind of managing that. But it's quite unclear to me what that would look like, and it's frankly unclear to everyone. And so help us understand.
No, you're quite right. Look, the idea of a regional architecture is one I think is worth exploring, although how you get there in this region becomes, I think, quite difficult. There is a good example here that was instigated by this country, but also Oman, in terms of the rapprochement that was needed between Iran and Saudi Arabia, for example. There is a case to be made that because of the changing nature of geopolitics, because the United States, for example, is no longer a reliable partner in the view of some, because it can no longer play that supervisory role that it used to play, that the region itself, and there have been conversations by the region to try and work out how it manages itself. Quite frankly, as you say, I think let's get the first thing on the table, which is a ceasefire for Gaza, and getting that is going to be quite difficult, because at the same time you are seeing the deliberate attempt to evacuate, to push out the people of Gaza for their region. So what are we talking about when that is happening in the full view of all of us as well? How do you begin to build an architecture that does require trust among all the key players, that does require each side to be able to dialogue and cooperate when you're seeing the deliberate pushing out of a people from their land? So I don't know how you begin to start building that architecture that I think is essential, that will be crucial to dealing with the mistrust, that will be crucial to building dialogue and cooperation between the peoples of the region. But quite frankly, I agree with you. It's not clear to me what that looks like as well.
So the last topic I want to sort of broach is close to my heart. Here at AUIS and at IRIS, we really are committed to locally grounded research and finding the most narrow policy pathway that might afford itself through really being engaged and understanding both the local, regional, and subnational dynamics. And I feel like ICG and IRIS have a similar ethos in that sense. But I think there's a lot of questions about, if we are living in this sort of world of proliferating conflicts with fragmented geopolitics, multilateralism being uncertain, research fits into institutional pathways, into policy-making structures, and there are certain audiences that read things that IRIS would produce and that ICG would produce. With the audience perhaps changing and the structures changing, does research need to change as well? Yeah.
Look, Crisis Group wasn't born to be a research center or to be a think tank. In many ways, it's a do tank. In the end, the bottom line for us is to change policy, is to shift the needle, is to influence and engage decision makers, is to talk to all sides in the conflict, first you've got to get the analysis right. If the analysis is not right, then you can't then begin to determine and shape what the policy looks like as well. There is merit in laying out the facts, laying out the truth, laying out what the dynamics are, laying out and making sure everybody understands the roots of those conflicts. It's also important that you're able to show in that reporting that you have an understanding of each side of the dilemma. When you read a crisis group's report, I hope that you see that we have captured your own views, your own analysis, your own thought process as well. And then you come to the more nitty-gritty challenging part of policy, because I'm asking you to do something. I'm asking you to think differently. I'm asking you to compromise. In this world where disinformation, where truth is now set aside, where diplomacy is losing its currency, our job is harder. When there's a lot of disinformation, when there's a lot of fake news, when governments themselves are the architects of that disinformation, your work becomes challenging as well, especially for research institutions, especially on analysts who believe on ground truth. Our work to verify, to fact check, and to make sure that the analysis that we're shaping is not undermined by the noise of other forces becomes challenging. But I would say to your organization, which does credible work, is never to give up as well. Even more so now, I think there's a reason to double down. In an age where a number of the key tools and the principles are being undermined, international law, international norms, where we're watching in front of our eyes the norm of conquest, the norm against conquest and aggression being undermined, when we're seeing the guardrails for peace and diplomacy being undermined, the work of organizations like yours who are independent and who base their work on facts on the ground becomes more crucial, because what is more important is to make sure that the first casualty of any conflict is truth, does not get hijacked. And that is what I think is important to the work that we do and the work that you do.
So one final follow-up on that is, are the advocacy pathways in order to do things, to make things happen, changing now?
Yes, they are. I mean, when I started at Crisis Group, when I first came to Crisis Group in 2001, I spent a great deal of my time knocking on the doors of Paris, London, and Washington. I spent a great deal of my time at the United Nations as well. Where do I spend most of my time? I'm here. I've come here twice now, partly because my analysts are on our team and our colleagues here who are in the room have made it a point to say, look, diplomacy in the region talking to the actors in the region, if we are truthful about our own methodology, about talking to all sides and recognizing the multitude, the multiple of actors that are crucial to getting us to end in the conflict, it's no longer in Washington or London or Paris. For me, we talk a lot about middle powers, emerging powers. I've always understood, anyway, given my own background, that the region matters, and sometimes even more. And they have more legitimacy, oftentimes, than far distant countries who don't necessarily play the long game, whose investment is not the same, and where the pain is more felt. So I spent a great deal of my time in West Africa talking to West African leaders, because that was the essence. I spend a lot of my time talking to key leaders in this region, and in the Horn, and in Colombia, and in Myanmar. This is what is important to making sure that you get a comprehensive approach to solving crises that we're seeing. And it's also just a matter of fact. Look at the dynamics on the ground, and you begin to see who the key actors are that are going to be crucial to unlocking a crisis that we're seeing today, whether it's in Gaza that you mentioned, in Sudan, in the Sahel, in Colombia, for example.
Dr. Comfortero, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both for that insightful exchange. We now shift our focus to climate change and health challenges facing the region. Our next panel session is titled Climate Crisis, Conflict and Health, moderated by Thanasis Cambanis. Please welcome our panelists.
Hello, everyone. We're going to begin in 1 minute. Please go ahead and take your seats. Just to give everybody a bit of a sense of what the next few hours will look like, this is our last panel in this room. At 1:30, we will have lunch, and then at 2:30, we will have policy roundtables, which are in some breakout session rooms. During lunch, volunteers around 2:15 will start leading people to the policy roundtable rooms. They can be found online in your agendas. Please take your seats. Our final panel is on climate change, conflict, and health, and it's moderated by Thanasis Kambanis. Go ahead.
I think it's not on. Aha. Now it's on. Okay, thank you, Mac, for your warm welcome, and thank you to AUIS for hosting this fantastic forum and this, I hope, fantastic panel conversation. Today, we're talking about, in some ways, a grab bag of issues: climate, conflict, health, but in another way, seen another way, we're talking very much about the nuts and bolts of how to actually get at addressing the solutions to the poly-crisis that Iraq faces. I'm very mindful in conversations about climate change to really focus on human-caused or human-exacerbated conditions which have human solutions. Often climate discussions spiral very quickly into sort of global analyses that can leave us not only feeling helpless, but also removed from a solutions-based technical response to what is at heart, when we're talking about climate and its many adjacent crises, a technical political problem with political solutions. So I'm going to launch right into rounds of questions. So hopefully my speakers can limit themselves at each intervention to 2 or 3 minutes so we can get a bunch of rounds and have a lively, iterative round of conversations. And I'm going to begin with Iraq's Environment Minister, His Excellency Halo Mustafa Al-Askari, who's we have the honor of having here to my left. Your Excellency, when we talk about climate and the climate crisis, we often have these very fuzzy terms. We have this vague understanding that climate drives conflict. We have this vague sense that climate is driving many of Iraq's very tangible environmental crises, from water shortages to pollution to agriculture and land use crises. So I want to ask you, we're at a moment of change in Iraq where the leaders of this country are, for I think the first time, really rhetorically embracing climate as a priority. We heard the Prime Minister twice at the forum name check climate change as a priority, and in his first months in office, this was not the case. So I want to ask you, now that the politicians are listing this as a priority, what do you identify as the top 2 action items in your seat as Environment Minister that you would like the government to address?
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I provide the answer, I would like, because I've been looking for Zainab Badawi, and apparently she disappeared from the hall. Yesterday, oh, hi, yeah, you are there. Yesterday, you introduced one of your guests, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Saqar, and you asked about the name, Saqar. Saqar, it means falcon. We know it, we knew it yesterday, but today you've got another falcon here. My name is Halo. Halo means falcon. It's a typical Kurdish name, but I assure you, very peaceful falcon. So, can I just express my gratitude to His Excellency, Dr. Barham Saleh, my brother, my friend, and my former boss. 2010 to 12, we worked together. We had such big achievements, environmental, agricultural, water. So we had good time. Dr. Barham, I miss and I cheer those days. Thank you. I will switch to Arabic now. يوم أمس دولة رئيس الوزراء في حديثه وكلامه عن العراق. العراق اليوم ليس عراق الماضي. العراق اليوم في موقع آخر. العراق كان في عزلة ومنفصل عن المجتمع الدولي ولكن العراق أن يتمتع بسيادة في المنطقة وله دور فعال، حتى في دوره فعال إلى درجة الوسيط في النزاعات والخلافات في المنطقة، مما يدل على استقرار العراق سياسيا، اقتصاديا، زراعيا وحتى بيئيا. التحديات التي تواجه العراق هي تحديات كبيرة، ويعتبر العراق من إحدى الدول التي تعاني وأكثر تضررا بالتغيرات المناخية، من حيث ارتفاع درجات الحرارة، من حيث قلة وشحة المياه، وتراجع ملحوظ في التنوع البيولوجي، تراجع ملحوظ في نسبة المناطق الخضراء، وكذلك ازدياد عملية التصحر. هذه الأسباب كلها أدت إلى مشاكل، خاصة مشاكل صحية وإلها علاقة بالأمراض التي تنتشر غالبا من خلال العوامل البيئية اللي هي الماء والهواء والتربة. قبل فترة أعتقد الأسبوع اللي الماضي كان أكو عاصفة صحراوية، عاصفة رملية، فأدت إلى إدخال حسب إحصائيات وزارة الصحة العراقية إلى إدخال 1800 شخص إلى المستشفيات يعانون من مشاكل التنفسية، مثل قسم الربو مثلا. فهاي مشكلة. المشكلة الأخرى مشكلة نزوح الناس من القرى والألياف. مثلا أنا أتذكر قبل عام كان عندنا جفاف، فالقرى والأرياف في منطقة قرميان نزحوا إلى مناطق حلبشة وشارزور، لأنه المراعي ما كانت متوفرة، فراحوا أخذوا مواشيهم من هناك، فصارت مشكلة كبيرة، مشكلة تشينج في الديموغرافي، يعني تغير في ديموغرافية المنطقة. ونفس الحالة بس بالعكس وردت في محافظة ديالى، كان في هناك أمطار غزيرة أدت إلى سيول وأدت إلى جرف قسم من هذه القرى والأرياف اللي موجودة في المنطقة، وبالتالي زحف الناس إلى مناطق أخرى كتغيير هم بالديموغرافية المنطقة. ماذا عمل العراق في هذا الشأن؟ العراق على مستوى الدولة له وثائق وطنية، مثل المساهمة المحددة وطنيا، وثيقة التكيف المحلي، وثيقة التكيف الوطني، وثيقة التغيرات. والعراق عضو في المبادرة التحالف من أجل البيئة والصحة مع WHO، وكذلك في مستوى التغيرات المناخية العراق مساهم مشترك وفعال في كل الكوبات، الكوب 28 في دبي، كوب 28 في أذربيجان، وكوب 30 اللي راح ينعقد في برازيل. أنا قبل أسبوعين ترأست الوفد العراقي في برلين بحضور 40 وزراء من دول العالم لإقرار منهج واستراتيجية الدول في كيفية التعامل مع التغيرات المناخية ومواجهتها في برلين.
Are you going to wrap up just because?
Yes, sure. Sorry. فالعراق يترأس حاليا 77 دولة في العالم في هذا المؤتمر. I'll leave this for the rest for the time.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Your Excellency. So turning to Dr. Abdul Karim Exayes, who's a senior research associate at King's College in London, and I believe also a medical doctor and an expert in Syria's health system. In general, in the climate work that I've done and am familiar with, Iraq is often presented as the avatar of the extreme climate emergency, the place that rolls into the cutting edge of the most virulent version of a crisis that is climate change, human-induced climate change, environmental degradation, pollution, land use, and water management policies. Now, as far as I know, all those same factors are present in equal intensity in Syria, along with a once-in-a-generation moment of political transformation and change. I'd like to ask you if you can talk a little bit about the healthcare challenges that this crisis presents and how you see the new regime in Damascus possibly being able to address those healthcare concerns given the degradation of Syria's healthcare infrastructure.
Sure, thank you.
In 3 to 4 minutes, if you
Okay,
if you
I'll
may.
try. Thank you, Thanasi, and thank you again for the American University in Sulaimania, for the Sulaimani Forum, Dr. Barham, Dr. Bilal, and Dr. Mack for the kind invitation. It's my first time in Sulaimania, but definitely it will not be the last. So 15 years ago, I was in Aleppo City being a neurosurgeon trainee. But then soon, because of the conflict and the emergence of different health threats, I shifted my focus from fixing individuals' brain to fixing broken health systems. Because those challenges are related to environmental challenges, but also coupled with the challenges imposed by the conflict itself, cannot be fixed without a system-thinking approach. So during the first few years of the conflict, Syria witnessed the emergence of various diseases like polio because of the drop in vaccination coverage, but also diseases related to water. His Excellency mentioned some of the diseases that are related to water, for example, cholera. So the emergence of cholera recently in 2022, the whole region witnessed a cholera outbreak with more than 700,000 cases across the Middle East and more than 400 deaths. And Syria was not an exception, but the problem that because of the collapsed health system in Syria, Syria was not able to respond to these crises. And if we need to think about what can be done now to respond to these challenges, we need to understand the health system. So before the conflict, the revolution in Syria, so the health system in Syria was extremely centralized. And this centralization was coupled with levels of corruptions and inequalities. And those inequalities were not considering the certain specific challenges in each region. I'll give one example before the conflict. So if you compare health system indicators, for example, in a governorate like Tartus, which is loyal to Assad, to a governorate like Raqqa, which was facing various challenges, including drought, for example. So one indicator, which is number of hospital beds per 10,000 population. So in Tartus, this indicator is 21. And in Raqqa, it was between 3 and 4. So it's about 7 times more in Tartus. So these inequalities, I think, contributed even to be a cause, one of the causes of the conflict itself. So now the current government, since the December 8th, I think they tended to have, again, a centralized approach so far. And the main reason was because of lack of trust within the different regions, but also lack of capacities and expertise, and also to fight corruptions. But I think they need to change this. They need to embrace the various expertise and innovations developed in each regions to respond to the certain challenges in each region. So the health system now in Northwest is very different from the health system in Northeast. But we need not to compare between those systems, but to embrace the differences, the innovations, trying to bring back this into a one health system that has some centrality in relation to health planning and design, but have decentralized approach for implementation and innovations and priority settings locally.
Can I ask you, these fragmented, regionally developed health systems, do you see this as, in some ways, a useful example of local adaptation in which each of these systems has actually developed locally suited expertise to the nature of the crisis they face? Or is it more a question of balkanization and sort of just resources, local governance, and not something to positively draw from?
So I would say it's a mix of both. So if we look at the various governance systems in Syria now briefly, So people think that in Syria there were 3 areas of control: regime, Assad regime, oppositions, and the self-administration northeast of Syria. But I think if we look at the governance systems, we have at least more than 7 different governance systems. In a study, we try to understand the health governance across the different areas of control. And we identified in the Assad regime areas, we had 3 governance systems. One that was run by the Damascus government, and another, which this one is characterized by centralization, inequalities, and corruption. But however, the infrastructure in these areas were quite maintained. And then we have Suwaida and Dar'a in the south. They have different systems. So in Suwaida, they developed quite locally driven but diaspora-supported system, especially focusing on community health workers, which I think we need to get the lessons from this experience. In Dar'a, we have different political landscape with the Al-Awda, for example, in control after the mediation by the Russians in 2018. And by the way, this group was dismantled only 3 days ago, coincidentally with the Shara visit to Abu Dhabi. And then in northwest of Syria, in the opposition areas, we have 2 different distinctive systems. In Idlib, under HTS, the local doctors, they developed a system that is bottom-up. They derived the legitimacy not from the political bodies, but from the General Assembly composed of all health facilities, supported by the humanitarian response and the diaspora. And then you have the Turkish-backed groups in northern Aleppo, where the Ministry of Health of Turkey was operating at least 7 major hospitals in northern Syria, but the structure was mostly vertical with minimal inputs from the communities. And then we have northeast of Syria, where they were quite unique examples of decentralized governance that we need to learn from. But even in northeast, we have a different system that was run by Damascus government, because the self-administration were not able to solve the issue of accreditation. So those differences...
Are you wrapping up?
Yes. Those differences, we need to embrace the differences, because they were developed for a reason. Because the challenges in each area were different, so we need to embrace the lessons learned from each system to come up with a united national health system that respect the specificities of each region, but in the same time have a central health planning for the whole country.
Thank you, Doctor. Now turning to Dr. Erica Gaston, who's the head of the Conflict Prevention and Sustaining Peace Program at the United Nations University, which is a university without students, as far as I'm aware. We hear a lot about climate and conflict. There's this implicit claim that that climate change is exacerbating conflict. His Excellency was talking about demographic change in a way that arguably, I think, connects to the climate crisis. And I want you, because I'm somewhat skeptical of this group. I'm not skeptical of the constituent parts of this crisis. I'm skeptical of how directly these things causally connect to each other. Can you unpack for us how the climate crisis or the climate emergency exacerbates or affects conflict, and in particular how that manifests in Iraq?
Yeah, thank you. So I worked for a UN research institute, and I work on this issue at a global level. So we just did a recent study that looked at how 50 different countries, some of the climate security threats facing them, and also some of the responses. And what comes up the most often is thinking about climate security at 3 levels. So at a local level, what are the risks at a national level? What are the risks at a regional level? And what I think is really challenging for Iraq is it's in the crosshairs, sort of has flashpoints at all 3, in addition to having a very big looming sort of climate mitigation risk. So what do I mean by that? At the local level, as we all know, there's declining water resources, other pressures on natural resources, and environmental degradation. This is some of what the minister got to. This is already causing increased violence and tensions, land disputes at a local level, mass displacement, other health effects. And that only gets worse the more that those pressures grow and the more you're not able to manage them. Another interesting issue for that in Iraq at a local level relates to armed groups. So there's been a lot of discussion in a lot of the other sessions about, does the instability or the turbulence in Syria increase the risk of Daesh coming back?
Well, one of the things that we found globally is when you looked at why fighters join armed groups, a lot of it has to do with climate pressures and the way that affects livelihoods and resources as well. So the more that you get that situation worse in Iraq, the more also you get a risk potentially of recruitment and radicalization in different areas than maybe in the previous Daesh crisis. So that's what's happening at the bottom-up level. And then you've got regional tensions. We've already referenced this a couple of times in different sessions, the tensions between Iraq and Turkey, between Iraq and Iran, over dams and sort of upstream water resources. A lot of people say Iraq is in a bad neighborhood for overall conflict dynamics, but it's in a really bad neighborhood in terms of water conflict dynamics and the potential for that in the future. So add those two up, you've got pressures from the bottom up and from the top down that generate different security risks. That's hugely problematic on a national level. And then add the layer at the best way that you could manage any of these would be to have coordinated governance from Baghdad with the KRG, addressing water management top down, bottom up. And we've all highlighted some of the issues that Iraq faces on that. So those are the sort of like overall 3 levels, but then add to that, which is very different from what you get in a lot of other countries, you've also got this climate mitigation energy crisis. So, Iraq is going to run out of water before it runs out of oil, but it will also eventually run out of oil. And long before then, there's going to be mass changes in the hydrocarbon economy that might price out some of Iraq's current economic competitive advantage in terms of oil. And when that happens, when the bottom falls out on oil, you're talking about major economic instability in Iraq, both because of what it will do to the governance level, but also potential for outright violence. And so that's where Iraq is sort of sitting at a different level than a lot of these countries. It's not only got these immediate pressing climate adaptation challenges, but it also has this larger strategic threat to its economic interest. And just the last point on that, and then I'll stop. I think one of the challenges, too, is that a lot of other oil-producing countries, they already have their eye on this long-term picture. They're diversifying their economy. They're looking at how do we clean up the oil sector to make it more competitive. They're looking for that long-term. We're not already seeing that as much in Iraq.
Thank you, Erica. Now turning to Peter Schwartzstein, an environmental journalist at the Center for Climate and Security and the author of a fantastic and challenging book about the climate crisis. And Peter's done a lot of field work. From Peter, I heard years ago about some of the details of land use policy from the vantage point of individual farmers in Baghdad's Greenbelt. Can you dig in, Peter, a little bit to the specific ways in which this emergency manifests in Iraq? And if you can, as you tell us some of these sharpest examples, if you can connect it back to the central theme of this panel, which is human impact and health impact.
Absolutely. I'll try and sum up many years worth of research into
in 4 minutes. I know you're good at that.
A very brief window. Again, delighted to be back at the forum after a few years away. So between about 2014 and 2017, I did many, many months of groundwork in different parts of Salahuddin, Kirkuk, Anbar, and Nineveh governorates, basically looking to kind of flesh out the idea that ISIS had profited tremendously from collapsing conditions in farming-dependent areas. And what I found over the course of that period very much sort of bore out that hypothesis. Like the sort of villages that were most water-deprived yielded, on average, 2 or 3 times more fighters than those that had supplementary sources of irrigation, i.e. Communities that were dependent, or almost entirely dependent, on rains and rains alone, produced many, many more fighters than those that had supplementary sources of irrigation, like access to deep bore wells, like access to irrigation canals branching off the Tigris and Euphrates. Now, I'm not, of course, for one moment suggesting that this sort of jihadi group was a kind of water and agricultural-born beast alone. What I am suggesting is that without these phenomena, it never would have been able to sort of grow into the sort of massive force that it at one point fielded. Equally, I did a lot of work in different parts of the marshes, looking at how key parts of the anti-ISIS coalition, notably a number of the PMF groups, had themselves benefited from similar-ish phenomena. So in the marshes, where, of course, almost every profession is in some way connected to the quality and quantity of the water, buffalo breeding, rice cultivation, fishing, the communities that had less regular water access produced on average 70 or 80% more fighters for some of the less well-known more fringe PMF groups which had struggled to recruit in kind of more conventional ways. Now, when we look, and just a kind of a series of points to try and bear out how acutely vulnerable Iraq is to kind of climate-related instability, climate change often applies pressure to a lot of society's existing weaknesses, its existing fissures. And for this country, that's terribly bad news because there's an awful lot of weaknesses for these climate stresses to exploit. We have corruption, of course, a theme that has, for very good reason, come up time and time again.
3 C's.
3 C's, indeed. A theme that's come up time and time again this week. I found that some of the communities that produced some of the largest numbers of ISIS fighters were those that were particularly exposed to corruption-centric bits of infrastructure like checkpoints. And that's because in these farming villages where incomes were dropping in line with the poor quality rainfall, the very fact that they were losing titanic quantities of whatever meager money they were making to these sort of greedy, bribe-seeking checkpoints was in many instances a kind of a grievance or resentment too far. Equally, to turn to inequality for a moment, I found that some of the absolute highest rates of ISIS recruitment were in the villages on the western periphery of Mosul. And to me, that was a really striking finding because those villages were by no means the poorest of the poor. Many of them had refrigerators and AC units and things that their more kind of geographically isolated peers could only dream of. But what they did have was a proximity to the city of Mosul and hence a growing awareness of the ever-expanding gap between their own fortunes, which were dependent on farming and which were falling again in line with the intensifying drought, and the fortunes of those of the people in the city, which were by and large much less exposed. So just an absolute final point, to kind of look at the kind of global literature, we find that there are 3 points that make countries or communities or places particularly vulnerable to climate-related instability. It's having a large percentage of your population engaged in agriculture, on that count, tick. It's having a history of recent or ongoing conflict, again, tick. And it's having an exclusive political system which citizens, to go back to the human impact for a moment, that citizens feel doesn't necessarily kind of represent their interests and their causes. And again, I think most Iraqis would say that's true of them. So this is an issue that the state ignores or downplays to its peril.
Your Excellency, did you want to respond to that before I ask you my next question? You looked like you had something you wanted to say.
To be honest, I'll speak in Arabic. أعتقد العراق مثل ما ذكرت هي متأثر بالتغيرات المناخية، بس لا تتوقعون أنه الوزارة عندها العصا السحرية وتبدل في يوم وضحاها كل شيء. ماكو انه العراق مر بمراحل معارك وظروف صعبه، فالحمد لله اللي اني اشوفه اليوم العراق في مستوى اخر، انه الدوله رئيس الوزراء شخصيا ومجلس الوزراء وكافه الوزارات عندها تعاون مشترك. من أذكر المبادرات، مبادرة دولة رئيس الوزراء في فصل وزارة البيئة عن وزارة الصحة، هذا بالنسبة لي إنجاز عظيم. الشيء الثاني أنه تأسيس شركة الكربون، الشركة العامة لاقتصاديات الكربون، هذا عمل آخر. مواجهة التصحر وشحة المياه، خطة واستراتيجية اللجنة العليا برئاسة دولة رئيس الوزراء واللي أنا عضو في هذه اللجنة، فهاي كلها تساعد البلد على المضي في مواجهة التغيرات المناخية والتي صعبة صراحة. مثل ما ذكرت ليس لدينا العصا السحرية في حل كل المشاكل اللي ذكرت.
So let me ask you about power and coordination. So you point to as achievements these sort of creation of distinct bureaucratic centers within the government to address different aspects of this crisis. So one, how much power do these actors have? You as the environment minister, or your counterparts who you must coordinate with in the health ministry, the water ministry, the oil ministry, presumably other ministries as well. And two, how much power do you have? How much coordination is there? Because every single one of the crises you mentioned requires action from anywhere from 3 to 8 bureaucratic players within the government.
يوم أمس سئلت شخصا ما سألني هذا السؤال. أنا كنت رئيس هيئة حماية وتحسين البيئة في إقليم كردستان من 2018 إلى 2020 والآن وزير البيئة في العراق. سألوني هذا السؤال: العمل صعب في العراق؟ لا بالعكس، أنا وزير في العراق لي صلاحية تامة في الوزارة، وأرجع إلى دولة رئيس الوزراء في قضايا معنية وإلى مجلس الوزراء في قضايا أخرى، وعندنا قوانين وتعليمات وأنظمة بيئية ليست بالمستوى المطلوب صح، ولكن تعمل بها. التعاون بين الوزارات، نعم هناك تعاون مشترك بين الوزارات، وأهمها تلوث هواء بغداد. كمثال بسيط على هذا المشروع، أنا لما استلمت الوزارة يوم 1/12 مثل ما ذكرت، بدأ تلوث هواء بغداد في شهر أكتوبر، شهر 10 أكتوبر. فدولة رئيس الوزراء كان إلى توجيه بقسم من الوزارات: وزارة الداخلية، وزارة النفط، وزارة الصناعة، وزارة الزراعة، وزارة البيئة، هيئة الاستثمار، وباقي الوزارات والهيئات الأخرى، تعمل سوية كلها على حدة وكمنظومة. وزارة البيئة كوزارة رقابية مع خلي ما تفوت هاي الفرصة. أكثرية الناس، الشخص اللي قاعد أشر عليه البارحة السيد ذكر أنه عندهم منظمة بيئية، نقدر كوزارة البيئة نساعدهم. قلت له شنو المشروع؟ قال لي مشروع تدوير نفايات. قلت له هذا مو من ضمن واجبات الوزارة، بالعكس واجبات الوزارة تماما تختلف وأهدافها تختلف. وزارة البيئة دور رقابي وليس تنفيذي. فنعم اللجنة الوطنية العليا مثل للمياه مثل ما ذكرت، وزارة الزراعة، وزارة البيئة، وزارة الموارد المائية، وزارة الخارجية موجودين. فحل مشاكل المياه داخليا وخارجيا، حتى على مستوى أنه إيرادات العراق بالمياه هي أقل مما كانت عليه، لأنه أكو ضغوط وأكو سياسات معنية من قبل الدول المجاورة بتقليل وخفض الإيرادات المائية للعراق. فكان هناك مناقشة كيف يتم العمل المشترك من قبل الوزارات المعنية للتفاوض مع الدول المجاورة بشأن هذه القضية، مشروع المياه. فنعم أنا متحمس صراحة، لأنه أشوف أنه البيئة تأخذ مجرى آخر مما كانت عليه في السابق كحكومة وكشعبا. نعم التوعية البيئية يراد لها أكثر، لحد الآن مو بالمستوى المطلوب. البيئة خلي أرجع إلى سنة 1970، العالم كلها بدأت ورا الثورة الصناعية، العالم كلها بدأت اهتماماتها خصوصا الدول المتقدمة بدأت اهتمامها أكثر وتزايد أكثر لموضوع البيئة. بس إحنا بالشرق الأوسط حتى الآن مفهوم البيئة أقولها بكل صراحة ما مستوعبة لا من قبل الحكومة بالمستوى المطلوب ولا من البرلمان ولا شعبا. فيراد لنا توعية أكثر. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Okay, so I'm going to depart from the script I shared with you guys, so just roll with it. Dr. Abdul Karim, I want to ask you about what you have learned from studying Iraq's experience. And although we're talking in general about the sort of environmental and climate coordination, I think you're looking more specifically about the health systems experience. But the question is about state building, right? So what have you learned from this experience about how to either avoid mistakes that delay state building, or to build on positive examples that are helpful for state building?
Sure. So as we know, the health system of Iraq has been going through many challenges over the last 15, 20 years. So, but there are lessons to be learned. So I think, for example, the federal system that was developed after the 2005 constitution in Iraq, I think it is something to learn from. So identifying health as right for all people in the constitution of 2005, and then recognizing the region of Kurdistan as an autonomous region, I think paved the way for more clarity in terms of identifying the roles and responsibilities between the center and the regional levels, which I think is really important. So centrally, you have the health planning, the design of the overall health agenda, and then locally and regionally, you have the implementation and responsiveness. I think there were some successes. One of them, I think, is the COVID response, I would say. So the surveillance system that was developed regionally in Kurdistan, Iraq, was one of the very good surveillance systems in the region. And this was complementing the surveillance system of Baghdad. So this kind of complementarity between regional and central level was something to learn from. And also there are certain exercises that, although they were late, for example, the National Health Agenda in Iraq was developed in 2014, about like 10 years after the 2003 war. But because of considering the challenges, I think the National Health Agenda, as a post-conflict National Health Agenda, it is something to learn from. The various exercises, the National Health Accounts developed in 2006, the Essential Health Service Package as well in 2007, so all of these exercises developed by the federal Iraqi health system, I think it is something to learn from. And I think it is more about understanding the specificities of each region. I think if anything we need to do now in Syria is really to use maybe or to start with the technical health discussions to pave the way for more local community dialogue. Because I think starting with technical discussion is a safer kind of place to initiate the discussions. And we tried this actually at King's College London with other partners. Over the last 5 years, we've been hosting an annual conference called Health Research in the Syrian Conflict, where we try to invite researchers and practitioners from Damascus, Latakia, Idlib, and Hasaka. And initiating technical discussions between those people, I think, was something much easier than initiating like political discussions. So I think this also one thing to learn from the experience of Iraq, and also to initiate these technical discussions.
There's a claim I hear a lot, and I hear this in diplomatic initiatives, for example, around Gaza and Israel or other regional places where experts argue, and again, I'm not completely convinced, but I think it's a good idea. They say in contexts where there's deep division or profoundly dislocated communities affected by violence, you can persuade people to work together and collaborate on a community level around shared interests that transcend identity, like health or like combating pollution.
I think I believe this argument. And looking at even starting from the Balkan War in the 90s, the WHO had an initiative called Health as a Bridge of Peace at that time. And also we had various initiatives under the triple nexus, the health, the humanitarian development, and peace building. So if I would respond to a humanitarian need, I need to think about, for example, a cholera outbreak. I need to think about the development element, how to strengthen the local systems, but in the same time, I need to think about the peace-building element, how to bring people together, how to discuss together. And as I mentioned, we were able to to have on the same table the health director of Idlib during the Syrian conflict with the head of the Department of Health in Kamishlu to discuss shared interest. And in some occasions, those discussions resulted in shared projects that benefit communities in both areas. So I do believe in this argument, but the caveat here is not to politicize health, because health and other services should not be politicized, but maybe investing the opportunity to initiate community dialogue is something different.
Right, and the counter thought to that is it's ridiculous to suppose that anything can be depoliticized in life because everything's political. Yeah. You know, resources, power, services, and their allocation are inherently political. So, I mean, I think when we say don't politicize healthcare, we mean minimize the amount of distortion and harm caused by selfish politics. But it is political, right?
It is, but it is about the way how we talk about it. You know, in philosophies in the social constructivism, they talk about the speech act, right? The way we talk about something, and we either politicize, securitize, or not this thing. So I think as we are, as long as we are mindful about this speech act, I think implementing those initiatives is different from describing them politically or to be used, in different contexts.
So, Erica, Dr. Erica, Doctora, what resources are available for Iraq, Syria, similarly situated states from the international community, from the UN, from other like funding or COP mechanisms, and I mean money, or if there are political frameworks that they can draw on to address crisis?
Yeah. I mean, if I might, I'll just two-finger actually on that last
Please.
question as well, because I think it's tied to the international funding. So I think
Is this our first two-finger of the forum?
There is that same, it's supposed to be a conversation. So yeah, so there is that same, I think, sort of common ground with environmental peace building, with sort of infrastructure related to water, to agriculture and things like that there can be to health. And that's both because local communities, I mean, for them, this is often the most pressing issue. So I've worked in a lot of conflict-related peace building projects. You go into communities, you want to, whatever it is, transitional justice, other post-conflict goals, all of which are important. And communities will say, well, what we're really worried about is irrigation. We're worried about our water table. And so when you come in and you offer concrete resources that help them get at the problems that are facing them, it can also be that kind of common bridge between, what otherwise might be political differences. So I think it's also important to think about in that sort of common shared goals. But then to your question about international funding, I mean, this is particularly interesting for Iraq, I think, because it is not in a great spot for this. So when you look overall, like Iraq does receive some funding from vertical climate funds. There are different international projects, UN projects here related to climate security. But when you look at the overall landscape, it kind of sits between the criteria on a couple major pools. So overall, there's less funding for conflict-affected and fragile states, which as of the 2025 World Bank Index, Iraq is still classified as. So just to give you an example, for non-fragile states, the average per capita amount of climate funding is $161 per person. For fragile states, it's $8 per person. And $2 per person for extremely fragile.
And
so
where is Iraq ranked? Is Iraq a fragile state?
Is still a conflict and fragile state. So yeah, so it's, and why is that? I mean, donors are risk averse. When you think about climate change, it affects all of the different countries. So there's lots of places where you could invest in climate adaptation that don't have risks of conflict relapse, attacks on infrastructure, or corruption, or just slow processes that might be associated with recovery from conflict. So it's not a bias. This is where the greatest vulnerabilities are, but it is a fact that it puts it in a not great position. Now, the other side of it is there are a lot of funds that are specifically for kind of climate and peace funds for conflict-affected ones, but a lot of those are specifically aimed for least developing countries. And Iraq sort of has too big a GDP. It classes out of that set of funding too. So it doesn't mean that international help is not forthcoming, but it does mean that some of the biggest international sources we would look at to respond to some of the climate security challenges I talked about are more limited in Iraq's case.
And let me ask, you mentioned adaptation earlier, and we haven't yet touched on this, but Iraq is a major hydrocarbon producer and I mean exporter of hydrocarbons and burner of carbon. And it's a rich country, right? It's a country that needs help, but it's also a country that has money, and so there's this sort of perpetual trap of how do you help a country that seems like it maybe has the resources to help itself. So how do you think about this sort of hydrocarbon piece of Iraq's situation here?
Yeah, I mean, I think the hydrocarbon and the hydrocarbon governance is a major part of this. I was chatting with some of the colleagues who were sitting on the energy panels yesterday, where I think this is the intersection. And they were telling me, which I didn't know before, that even though Iraq isn't the biggest emitter, it emits, say, 0.5% globally of emissions. That's about what it should be for its population if you just take it on percentages. But when you look at things like the flaring problem and the emissions that result of methane, so methane is sort of a super cooker. It speeds up climate problems much faster than other emissions. On that respect, Iraq's industry is really not great. It's sort of second only to Russia in terms of being the dirtiest emitter in terms of those flares, at least in the last few years. And I was looking this up after this conversation, and apparently that's been on a downward trajectory. So apparently those gas emissions flares have been getting worse by the tune of 40% increases over the last 10 years. Wow. So that is a major problem. I will say,
even while there's been endless conversations about capturing the gas flares.
Capturing the gas flares. I do think it was notable that the Prime Minister highlighted this in the opening address and made the goal to be towards, net zero emissions. I mean, I would love it if that signaled a sort of flex point, a decision to say, actually, we do need to address this. We need to work a little bit on the dirty hydrocarbon problem. And that would be great if 2025 was the year of departure. I think the challenge, and this goes back to all of the governance issues we've been talking about for the last 2 days, is that so many of the linkages to these hydrocarbon problems are baked into the political structures, which still haven't been totally rooted out.
Peter, let's talk about environmental peace building, which I know you've documented some successful cases of. Is this a plausible vector for conflict resolution or healing communities? And can you point to maybe a success story that illustrates how this can work?
Yes, I mean, we've been talking thus far about the ways in which climate and environment can contribute to violence and instability, but there is another side of the coin. And just to sort of very briefly define the term for those of you that are not familiar with it, environmental peace building basically looks at the ways in which shared environmental problems can be harnessed to build trust, harnessed as entry points for kind of hostile or warring communities to build a kind of momentum for action to sort of calm relations across the board. And it's a practice that in an Iraqi context holds tremendous promise. This is a country that's got, as we've discussed, a pretty terrifying array of climate and environmental troubles. And it's a country that, as we've also discussed, faces kind of past and present conflict of various orders. And I mean, there have been a number of occasions sort of working across the country where I've come across really interesting instances of kind of communities coming together, communities that really have all sorts of problems between them, and using shared water, shared pollution troubles as a bridge to building trust. So, for example, in one instance, I was working around Gayara, just south of Mosul, where, as many of you undoubtedly remember, ISIS blew up a bunch of oil wells as they retreated into Mosul city in 2016. And kind of following the territorial defeat of ISIS, these communities were left with a horrific mess, like kind of coats of crude oil kind of coating their fields, turning their kind of white sheep black. And even though many of these communities had problems stemming from their kind of differing attitudes, to put it euphemistically, towards ISIS's emergence, they were able to kind of at least temporarily put aside those troubles in order to kind of work for the revival of their all-important agricultural lands. And on returning to some of those areas years later, I was told that, like, many of the kind of problems which had previously led to degrees of bloodletting and kind of fights in marketplaces were now mostly sort of hashed out in a kind of peaceful manner. So whether you kind of choose to use these, I don't know, jargonese labels, kind of environmental peace building or not, there are just so many kind of ways and different parts of the country in which this sort of who's who, this sort of A to Z of troubles can lead to significantly more optimistic outcomes than we've seen to date.
So in the 10 minutes we have left, I want to focus on water as an illustration of the problem and the solution. And, you know, as many of the panelists have said in different ways, all these climate and climate-adjacent threats don't care about borders. They don't care about ethnicity or sect. They certainly don't care about the ministerial organizational chart of the jurisdictions in which they are ravishing people's lives. Water for Iraq is, I think, a really stark illustration of this like nefarious problem that has human elements, natural elements, things beyond our control, things very much in our control, and lots of ways to pass the buck, right? You can, if you don't want to talk about militias that are drilling fish ponds outside of Najaf, you can get mad about Turkey filling up its dams, and both are drivers of the problem. So starting, and I think if we can each do like 90 seconds to 2 minutes, as we do this as a sort of lightning closing round. In any case, we'll wrap up on time because I know how important that is to the forum. Starting with you, Your Excellency, what do you see as your ministry's central priority in addressing the water crisis for Iraq?
Hello. أعتقد أن ليس من العدل أنه تعطيني 9 ثواني لإجابة سؤال بهذا الحجم وبهذا بالمنطق. أنا بس أريد أذكر شيء واحد. أنا دكتور صلاح الحاج من منظمة الفاو.
I can't hear the translation, which is, I guess, okay, but I'd rather be able to hear it if the translator...
I'll switch
No, that's fine. The translator can just get to the microphone. It's good.
Sure. ذكر الدكتور صلاح الحاج من منظمة الفاو، وإحنا بارتنرشيب في مشروع كمثال على الماء و how Iraq is يعني facing التغيرات المناخية والحلول اللي موجودة. نحن مع الفاو وقعنا مشروع ب$30 مليون كمنحة للعراق مثل ما ذكرنا كتمويل لشنو؟ لسببين. وزارة الزراعة هي اللي مستفيدة لاستحداث طرق ري في المحافظات الجنوبية خاصة المثنى والسماء والمثنى وكربلاء والنجف أعتقد، وكذلك وزارة الموارد المائية هي لتحسين إدارة المياه ونوعية المياه. هذا أحسن مثال اللي اليوم الشخص أمامكم أنه نحن نحاول كتمويل نستحصل على تمويل من المنظمات الخارجية لغرض إدارة الأزمات البيئية. وزارتنا لها رؤية واستراتيجية في زيادة الرقابة على المشاريع القطاع العام وقطاع الخاص، خصوصا لما نلاحظه الآن في نهر دجلة. هناك ملوثات كبيرة تستخرج من المستشفيات والمنشآت الأخرى وتصب في نهر دجلة. أنا المفروض كان غدا ألتقي بس إذا one more second please. إذا ألتقي كان المفروض في هناك اجتماع بين United Nation Agencies وجايكا وكويتا وجي آي زد في سليمانية بشأن تانجرو نهر تانجرو ملوث لأسباب كثيرة ما أريد أذكرها اليوم، لأن بس ليش سليمانية عدا المناطق الأخرى في المحافظات الأخرى في العراق. السليمانية مثل ما ذكرها الدكتور قضايا الكوليرا كل عام الشهر الرابع الشهر الخامس التاسع العاشر الكوليرا تظهر خصوصا في محافظة السليمانية، لأنه waste water that is discharged to the river is polluting the river, and it goes to Darbandikhan as well, and from there all the way to the middle and the south of the country.
Fantastic. And I have a follow-up question for you. That's why I wanted to... is your ministry measuring pollution levels comprehensively in the water system? And is your ministry measuring health impacts of pollution?
هل الوزارة قادر على أخذ هذه القياسات بالشكل والمستوى المطلوب؟ ما عندنا صراحة أقول الجواب لا، بس الوزارة تحاول من خلال الكوادر البشرية والتقنيات والتكنولوجيا والمواد الكيميائية والتشريعات اللي عندنا. نعم عندنا فرق تخرج إلى الأنهر والبحيرات والمسطحات السطحية في أرجاء المحافظات العراقية، وعندنا تنسيق متكامل مع هيئة البيئة في الإقليم كذلك بهذا الشأن. شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dr. Abdul Karim, water. I know you want to talk about health systems, but I'm sure there's some overlap. How does the water shortage in Syria affect health outcomes? And also, do you see either any hope or any reasons for extra worry in the fragmented governance you mentioned? How does that affect Syria's ability to manage its water crisis regionally and locally?
So as we are talking about human security as the core element, right? And when it comes to water security, food market, conflict itself, because we are centering our discussion on human security, I think all of us contribute, all of these factors contribute to the same impact on human security. So that's why the response should be multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary. And I think, and I would like to end with these kind of two recommendations, not only for Syria, but for the countries in the region and also regionally and internationally. So the first one, we should consider having national health security agenda. And having the national security agenda responding to the One Health approach, which consider human and health, animal health, and environment.
That's the One Health framework?
The One Health agenda.
I think pioneered here at AUIS by Mac and some of his colleagues, right, or at least advanced.
I think in our region there should be more focus on the One Health approach and on developing national health security agenda. Some countries like the UK, they benefited from the experience of the COVID, and they established a dedicated national agency for health security. The UK in 2021, they established the National Health Security Agency in response to the COVID-19. And in the US, they established the Health Security Agenda in 2014 under the Obama plan. So our countries, they need to consider having their own national health security, which should be part of the national security of these countries. And the second recommendation is to increase regional and international collaborations. And those collaborations, they respond to these threats. They do not respect borders. And we've seen in the COVID and in the cholera, they affect the countries without respecting the borders. So we need to encourage collaborations between universities, policy institutions, think tanks, and governments to respond to these threats collaboratively.
Erica, do you need more of a prompt than just water?
No, because it can already tag off of what the minister shared. So we were looking at a study that was looking globally at climate responses, and actually I think this example that you mentioned of the minister's collaboration with FAO and some of the others came up. There was a study in Iraq that was looking at vulnerability and flashpoints, and the critical factor was not just whether the water table was low or whether there was drought, but in communities where there was another exacerbating factor. So maybe there was tribal conflict, there was a local governance issue. It was those two things layered. And so actually, according to the study, some of the Iraqi ministers heard about this and put it into action, not only with partnerships like those with FAO, but also restarting a series of water consultations and dialogues that had long been planned to try and reach out and address some of these governance issues. So I think, you know, water management is a local governance, and that's the first step.
Peter, you've also talked about, I think, and written about water wars. I actually want to ask you to do two things in your few minutes. One is to talk about how you see the sort of riparian sort of dilemma of Iraq fueling conflict. I also want you to talk about the domestic threats to water security, mainly from the agriculture sector in Iraq.
So I think I'm the last thing standing between you and lunch, which is a pretty unenviable position. But I'll try and wrap up some pretty comprehensive or pretty intimidatingly large questions as swiftly as I can. I mean, as many of you might know, there's been a long, often very sensationalist narrative about kind of so-called water wars. I mean, from the 90s onwards, there was the line that was quite frequently trotted out that when kind of the sort of past or present wars in this region were supposedly fought over oil, but that future ones would supposedly be fought over water. And certainly at a national level or regional level, that kind of set of fears, both in this region and globally, has not been borne out. These kind of state-on-state, vicious, kind of Mad Max-style fights over water have mercifully not turned yet into a fixture of our international scene. But to riff off kind of Erica's kind of multi-tiered approach from earlier, at a kind of more local level, it's a much less pleasant, much less happy take. So as we know, between Baghdad and the KRG, water remains a bone of contention, and one that will likely become a significantly bigger one if the KRG pushes on with its ambitious dam construction programs. If you look at the lines of advance that federal Iraqi forces pursued as they seized a bunch of the disputed areas in 2017, it's absolutely not a coincidence that the Dibis barrage and the Mosul dam and a number of other key bits of water infrastructure were among the very first places they went for. And I mean, equally at a kind of governorate to governorate, village to village level, water-related conflict remains kind of a fixture at basically every level of Iraqi society, and one that threatens to only grow. But to very finally wrap up on the domestic threats to Iraq's water security, we all know about climate change, massive issue. We know about Turkish and Iranian dam construction, a big issue and one that only threatens to grow. But if we look at kind of neglected or kind of unfit for purpose water infrastructure, if we look at agricultural policies that are not fit for purpose, if we look at water pollution, which is sort of soiling much of the water that Iraq does have in ways that ensures that that's not usable, ultimately there's an awful lot that can be done within Iraq's borders.
Thank you, Peter. And just to make sure the record's clear, because I got a message, if anyone had the impression that a panelist said that there had been armed conflict between Iraq and Turkey over water, I don't think that's what anyone meant or even said, but just to clarify that is not a position held on this panel. Mr. Minister, I'm afraid we have to turn it back over to our hosts. This panel has been exemplary, and you, sir, have been exemplary as being a senior government official who was willing to subscribe to time limits, and I hope your colleagues in the cabinet take inspiration from your example. Dr. Bilal, thanks for hosting us, and over to you.
I just got here, so Peter won't be the man standing between you and lunch. They say for something to work so beautifully and nicely, it takes a village. It really applies in our case. It does take a village. And if I start to list the people that I need to thank, or the friends and colleagues that I need to thank, then lunch will be about 2 hours later. So let me be very brief. On behalf of the American University, on behalf of the Institute of Regional and International Studies, and on behalf of our chairman and the founder of the university, Dr. Barham Saleh, I am here to thank you all very much for making Sulaimani Forum what it is, for making the 9th Sulaimani Forum our best forum ever. Please come back, because we plan our 10th to be even better than this one, thanks to your presence and thanks to your contributions. Some special thanks to our speakers and guests. People come to listen to you, to engage with you, those who are coming from the country, but also from lands far, far away. Many thanks to IRIS, the team that organized this conference, our media sponsors, Bradosti team, you guys have been amazing. Kaksaran, special thanks to you and your team. But of course, all the media sponsors that have amplified the message that has happened here. Logistics run very smoothly because there is an army that works behind the scenes. So I want to thank that hidden army of our colleagues in the logistics department. Security for an event like this can be very, very tricky. So that's another army that's maybe not as hidden. But they do provide security so we can feel safe and secure in this building. So I want to thank our own security as well as the local security, the KRG security, the Iraqi government security, and also the protocol who made the arrival of the guests quite smooth. I want to thank our corporate sponsors. The names have been on the screen, our media sponsors, and the diplomatic coordination of the KRG and the Iraqi governments. With those thanks, I mean that took 5 minutes, imagine if I went through the names. I want to thank you again very, very much, and I look forward to welcoming you in about a year at the 10th Sulaimani Forum. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.